We will continue with the debate on the motion. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to make my contribution to the debate on the strategic policy statement and the other statement in connection therewith made by the Honourable Premier earlier today. I am somewhat surprised, though, Madam Speaker, that thus far all we and the country have had the benefit of are the very vague provisions in the strategic policy statement itself, and the even more vague representations made by the Honourable Premier in his debate on the motion. They are in fact so vague I can't even find them. Here they are. But Madam Speaker, I don't want anyone to think that I am making light of what I regard as fundamental failure on the part of the members of the government not getting up and speaking in some detail to the provisions in the strategic policy statement. Maybe it is that they're waiting until we have run out of members on this side to speak, and then they get to say whatever they want to say without fear of contradiction by us, at least in these chambers. But Madam Speaker, having spent 12 years on that side of the House, I have some idea what a strategic policy statement is, or indeed what it ought to be. But Madam Speaker, as I reflected on all of the, how shall I put it, all of the Marl Road, and not Cayman Marl Road, not that one, the old one, the real one, where people talk to each other, on all of the things that I and others have heard about the disagreements within the government in connection with the preparation of this SPS, and so far the failure of any minister to get up and say anything at all about it. I could only reflect on an old song which I played for the benefit of some of the younger members on the other side a little while ago. One of those Ernest Smith classics. Madam Speaker, I don't believe that you would grant me permission to play it. although that's what I would like to do. Madam Speaker, can I move a motion that standing orders be suspended so I am able to play a song? No, Madam Speaker, seriously. Madam Speaker, as I listened to the Premier, and as I reflected on the context in which all of this was prepared and indeed delivered, and as I still listen on this side of the House to the contention on the other side of the House about this SPS, I could only reflect on Ernie Smith's song, which was written about the situation, the political situation in Jamaica back in the 70s. And as we fight one another for the power and the glory, the country goes to waste. Right now our hands are tied behind our backs while certain people ifing and butting. We have too far to go not to really know just how we're getting there and if we're getting anywhere. We can't build no dreams on a fuss and fight. I don't care who does it, just say that not right. Madam Speaker, are we building a nation or are we building a hut? Madam Speaker, I want to start my contribution by looking at the numbers. Madam Speaker, I say outright, I don't believe them. I have seen too many strategic policy statements. I have seen too many budgets for me to believe these numbers. And if I were to believe these numbers, and the country was to believe these numbers to be real, we should all be extremely concerned about a government whose financial plans are leading the country off the edge of a precipice. Why do I say that, Madam Speaker? Shall I provide a little context? Madam Speaker, my first term on the government side, I was a younger representative. I was Minister of Education and a whole lot of other things. And I had no experience in government budgets except in my role as an opposition member. But I and the government of which I was a part had a grand vision for education in this country and the need to put in place proper school plant. And so we proposed not one, not two, but 4 schools. We listened to a lot of expertise and advice. And although no one, I don't think, could really have predicted the 2008 global recession, I learned enough about the outcome of all of that to cause me to be very, very cautious about accepting numbers that are given when the margin for error is virtually non-existent. All, as the member for Georgetown West and Bordentown West, and recently Minister of Finance in the PAC government. All it needs is the slightest shift in revenues for the Cayman Islands government for us to be in a major crisis. Madam Speaker, let's follow this trend. These are the government's figures. Page 51 of the Strategic Policy Statement, entitled Compliance with Principles of Responsible Financial Management. I'll go through them all. These are the principles for the benefit of those who don't know how government budgeting works. All government budgets and the SPS which precedes them require compliance with what are called the principles of responsible financial management as set out in the Public Management and Finance Act. Principal operating surplus should be positive. The forecast for this year is a surplus of 61.7 million. The forecast for 2024 is 77.4 million. The forecast for 2025 is 98.2 million. And the forecast for 2026 is 103.2 million. Now, if you look at that alone and you say, wow, government revenues are going to continue to grow and grow and grow and grow. But what is the basis for those projections? In this current state of global uncertainty and turmoil in world markets, with another U.S. presidential election looming, I wouldn't place a great deal of store in those numbers regarding surplus. But even if we say those are absolutely right, they have to be considered in the context of budgets that are, of revenues that are more than $1 billion a year. And so the percentage or the margin between revenue and expenditure is still very small. Net worth, not a great deal in here. For 2023, 2.1 billion, 2024, 2.1, 2.2, 2025, 2.3, and 2026. Not taking any issue with any of that. Now, Madam Speaker, let us look at one of the real indicators. That is the debt service ratio. Debt servicing costs for the year should be no more than 10% of core government revenue. Now, Madam Speaker, in 2023, I don't want to be to misquote. The debt service ratio, if I remember, is somewhere around 2.3, 2.4. Mr. Leader, if you can track that for me while I continue with the rest of my debate. Thank you. For 2023, the debt servicing ratio is projected to be 9.9%. That's this year. The limit is 10%. In 2024, 9.5%. In 2025, 8.2%. In 2026, 9.9%, pushing right up against the margin. But the one that scares me most is net debt. In the current financial year, the net debt ratio is 2.8%. That is, Madam Speaker, is the ratio of the debt to government revenue. 2.8%. So our debt is only 2.8% of GDP. The forecast for 2024, it rises sharply to 24.3%. And then again in 2025 to 36.8%. And then a quantum leap in 2026 to 70%. If the government isn't concerned about that, then it is no wonder that the member for Bordentown West quit the job as Minister of Finance and came over here. Because at least he clearly understands what that is setting the stage for. Let's look at the other important indicator of whether or not the government, the proposed government budget, which is what the SPS is about, is realistic. That is the cash reserves. The Public Management and Finance Act says that cash reserves must be sufficient to run the government for 90 days, even if government got not another cent of revenue in during that period. So for this year, it's projected to be 172.7 days. Next year, 117.6 days. 2025, 101 days. And this one is brilliant. And 2026, 90.1 days. I don't know, probably get 0.1 of a day, I'm not quite sure, but in this context, but it is. Again, right up against the margin. And this is projected out 3 years. So the longer you project anything, the less accurate you can possibly be. This is scary stuff. This is scary stuff. Not just scary to people like us who have been legislators for a while, but to the business community, to investors. The day government cannot meet its obligations, everything else gone. Confidence is the currency that the private sector and investors hold dearest. Madam Speaker, I don't believe this for a moment. The only saving grace is, as the member from West Bay, Cayman Brac, West and Little Cayman said to me, is that based on the PACT government's track record over the last 2 years, it is highly unlikely that they are going to spend anywhere near this money because they now get the projects done. That may be, in the end, ironically, what saves this country from financial ruin. They're just not going to get the money spent. And I know, Madam Speaker, the Premier just glossed over it when he delivered his address. I know he's coming flying once we finish over here with a long speech about all the things he never talked about, starting with regen. And he's going to say that all of this is because of regen. The one thing he did say when he was talking about regen, that all of us on this side agree with, is that this is a project which has been kicked down the road for a long time and that we are running out of time. And he kicked it down the road for 18 months before he even looked at it himself. We started work on that project almost as soon as we took office. He was a minister in that government with me as Premier then in 2013. And it is a complex and difficult thing to deal with, and none of us are saying otherwise. But we still don't know now what the cost of this project is going to be. As the leader of the opposition said when he spoke, we only just received these documents this morning, and I have only had a chance to go through them cursorily, but I see there's an indication here somewhere that the construction cost of the facility, the waste management facility, has been put at, yeah, here it is. Madam Speaker, if I may, with your permission, on page 56, debt management strategy. A robust debt management strategy is a key component of the government's overall fiscal strategy to comply with the principles of responsible financial management as set out in the Public Management and Finance Act. The government plans to introduce a debt sinking fund in 2023. Good plan. I really hope to go ahead with that. The intent being to set aside a sum in a reserve each year to enable the government to make a lump sum payment of $75 million in 2026 towards the repayment of the construction costs of the proposed regen facility. The government expects to make principal repayments of approximately $215. No, I don't need to be serenaded. The government expects to make principal repayments of approximately $215.7 million over the SPS period. That is between 2024 Madam Speaker, you may need to ban phones. So, Madam Speaker, that is between the 1st of January 2024 and the 31st of December 2026. By this point, it is forecast that core government will have a debt balance of $641.5 million, inclusive of the financing arrangement for the proposed regen facility. Current negotiations to date indicate $330 million in construction costs for the proposed facility. So, Madam Speaker, we got another number now. The former Minister of Finance said it was $2 billion. I think what the Premier said was that it was less than that, but I don't know how much less. But the construction cost here is indicated at 330 million, which is a big difference between that and the 2 billion, I would say. But, Madam Speaker, whatever the number is, the government needs to make provision and ought to have been making provision for it since they took office. Because regardless of whether it is 1 billion or 2 billion, it's going to have to be paid for over time. And so, if it were me, once we have that figure, this is the way we'd go about it. We know that we're going to have to find $25, $30, $40 million every year for the regen project. So we take that out. Now, what is left in terms of fiscal space is what we use to determine what we spend on the government's other priorities. But you don't do it in a way that runs you up to 70% of GDP. And virtually 10% of your debt service ratio, which is the maximum. Help me? 70% of government revenue, I stand corrected. Doesn't change my hypothesis, though. Madam Speaker, this is not a viable strategic policy statement. And having been around long enough, I warrant that the budget is going to look significantly different than this when that comes in November. Madam Speaker, whether you are in government, whether you work for a living, have a family, there are some basic principles of finance that are exactly the same. You can't spend money and still have it. And if you spend more than you can afford, you can get in trouble. Simple. Every little man or woman out there doing their little thing understands that. But it doesn't seem the government does. The member, the former Minister of Finance, the member for Bordentown West said advanced countries can print their currency, print more. We can't do that. We absolutely can't do that. Madam Speaker, I mentioned just now priorities. Believe you me, I was once a greenhorn, a legislator, representative, and you want to do everything you can for your people. And you want people to notice what you're doing, because if they think you're not doing anything, it's unlikely they're going to vote for you again. I understand all of that. But the difference with the current administration to any that I have been around is this. That it seems, this is just my opinion, my impression, every single minister believes that his or hers or her projects, policies are the most important. And nobody wants to give ground. So far the government has spent virtually everything that they have earned, plus $403 million US of loans, which is the contingent loan facility we had put in place in the event that the Cayman economy went south as a result of COVID. That's in this too, you know. When they're talking about surpluses and all of that, $403 million US is borrowed money. One thing I know about borrowing it, you got paid back. And by the time they pay that back, me, the member from West Bay West, all this wait here, people up in here, all be gone. And our grandchildren going to be paying it. You must plan to live to be 130 then. Madam Speaker, the government needs to go back after this is over and sit down and have a hard look at what truly are the country's priorities. I learned my lesson, believe you me, in that 2005 to 2009 administration when the global economy went south. That, Madam Speaker, will always be the worst time of my life. And the member from West Bay West beat me nearly to death with it for about 8 years. Now I hear him crying for school West Bay. I was trying to build one down there too. The foundation's still there. He can build his new one on it. You never got that far? No. The bar boards with it though. But I am going to support him in his initiative for another school in West Bay. We needed it 15 years ago. We needed it then. We need it now. But you can't have everything. So that means there has to be a trade-off for this, so you get that. I think perhaps it is that this group of young ministers think this might be the only shot they have. And if they don't get it this time around, they're going to be battling in the political wilderness with Ard and Ezra and the rest of them for the next term. But anyhow, Madam Speaker, I say those things because a little lightness I've learned is a good thing. And none of us have vexed with nobody, and none of us hate nobody, so they can go away with that. But we disagree fundamentally with this kind of approach. That's between the two of you. But we disagree fundamentally with what we see as grave financial mismanagement, or a plan to do so, which is going to result in disaster for the country. And, Madam Speaker, try as I might, I read it through 2 or 3 times. I don't see anything in here to help the little people, as they call them. I keep looking for these dwarfs that are running about when I talk about the little people. Where is there any help or hope or optimism offered to the ordinary people of these 3 islands? We heard what the inflation rate was, 10 point, how much, Mr. Leader? 9.2. That means, on average, everything that you buy in Cayman, you are now paying almost 10% more for it than you were paying last year. What happened for any provision for the recipients of NAU ex gratia payments? For the seamen, the veterans, what happened to civil servants' salaries? Think civil servants not paying 10% more for everything that they go to buy? No provision in here for that. But they're spending $1 billion. 1 billion, that's 1.2 billion US, you know, for people who don't know. $1 billion, and you can't allocate $100 more for the people who are most vulnerable, most needy in the country. It's in there? Well, I hope, Madam Speaker, I hope the member for West Bay West, he said he's not a member of the Park government, so I don't know how he knows there's going to be more in there. But he seems to know more than me. I read it 3 times. I don't see anything here in either document. Oh, you're going to put it in? Good. And Madam Speaker, I have listened to all the arguments on the various news networks, CNN, Fox News, Bloomberg, even Al Jazeera. The argument against raising salaries in the advanced countries is that you won't ever be able to control inflation if you keep giving people more money so they can buy more. You won't reduce demand. But Madam Speaker, I've been around long enough to know that principle does not apply in the Cayman Islands. And here's why. Because most of our inflation is imported. We pay the inflated prices for whatever it is that is produced overseas, and we have to purchase it here. It's not our demand here that is driving up or driving inflation. So the only thing we can do to help our people is to put more money in their pockets so they can pay the extra 10%. I don't see any provision here for that. We're not supposed to anticipate motions, but I see one motion coming with something about that, but not from the government side. So, Madam Speaker, you know, this lip service to being people-driven, it's not people-driven, it's driving people into the ground. Got the words the wrong way around. And transparent. This is so transparent I can't even see anything about it in here. Madam Speaker, there's something else that the Premier said which he's absolutely right about. And then this is the thing, Madam Speaker, this is the thing, is no reasonable group of people could disagree with what are the specific outcomes or even the broad outcomes that the government claims it aspires to in this document. All good things. All good things. Building a modern infrastructure, creating and encouraging further diversity in the Cayman Islands economy, on and on. We don't disagree with any of this. But as the member from Bontown West said, you need cash to care. Without the income, without the revenue, government can't address any of those. And without a ruthless approach to what are ought to be the priorities of the government, they're going to achieve little or nothing in terms of improving the lives of the people who live here. We don't need how many projects, you said? 219 projects. We need a few that really matter to people. Give people the ability to get a piece of land. Waive the stamp duty. The House has resolved that already. Where is it? Madam Speaker, increase the incomes of the most vulnerable and of civil servants who slog day in, day out, all through COVID, all of those things, to get cussed every single day on Cayman Mall Road and on Cayman News Service. I said, no, man. No, man. Even a stop clock is right twice a day. They can't be wrong all the time. Gotta give them a break. Madam Speaker, the other thing that gives me great concern is, and they started this from time they went into office, we can't have this anti-development, anti-immigrant stance. Anti-development and anti-immigrant stance, and still expect to derive the revenues that both of those two categories provide. We can't have it both ways. Madam Speaker, without the income, you can't do all the things you want to do for your people. That is so simple to me. So, Madam Speaker, the Minister for Tourism announced some time ago now what we had been saying for 4 years, is that if you don't build a cruise port, the big ships are going to pass us by, and therefore the number of cruise visitors is going to fall off significantly. A lot of people applauded that in the environmental lobby. Fine. But how are you going to plug those revenue gaps? And what are you going to do with the Caymanians who own tour buses and taxis when they don't have those people to take around? And the ones that do the other tours, the marine tours, if I call them that. I see in the strategic policy statement a reference to improvements to ports of entry. What does that mean? I am hoping that the Minister of Tourism at some point will tell us what that means. The reference, Mr. Minister, in the strategic policy statement and in the Premier's speech as well, improvements to ports of entry to enhance the visitor experience. What does that mean? Yes, I hope you do. And you can also tell us what you're going to do about cargo, which is a crisis. Not going to be a crisis, is a crisis. Then, Madam Speaker, there is this little matter. There's this little matter. You don't really hear many people mention it, but it's about traffic congestion. I noticed how the Premier in his speech glossed over that. Are we going to get an east-west arterial? Or is it going to take another government to do it? Because one... Madam Speaker, I think the Minister for Tourism would like to say something. Can you repeat that, sir? No, we don't want to do it by crook. We want to do it the right way. But it is inconceivable. It is inconceivable that a new roadway is not built extending from at least Northside Road all the way into town. Anyone who believes that Cayman can continue to develop the way that we have without an alternative route from the eastern districts into town is dreaming in color. I don't know how many of them were around in 2004 when Hurricane Ivan struck this place. But Bordentown was impassable in places. East End you couldn't get to East End. It doesn't take much. All we need is a major accident on Bordentown, on Shamrock Road, they call it now, Bordentown Road. And traffic is backed up for miles upon miles upon miles. I don't see any reference to that in here. Has the government agreed to leave this out? The East-West Arterial? It is? It's in SBS? Okay. Madam Speaker, the whole issue of Cayman's continued development and the consequential growth in population, principal as a result of immigration, is something that we all have to grapple with. I hate to use this because everybody uses it, but it never happens. We truly need a national conversation about this, and we're never going to get consensus. We're never going to get consensus. But if we sit around and wait on consensus, we're going to have gridlock from East End to West Bay. Madam Speaker, I've said this many times. I firmly believe that the day we stop growing is the day we start dying as a country. Now, everybody may not share that view, but that's my view. But this I know, after almost 22 years in politics. You ask the average person, Caymanian, and they are going to say, no, man, we got too many people here. We got too many people here. Too many work permits. But you know what? If he or she owns a business or has children and needs a domestic helper, you tell him or her that they can't get their permit. Then you will understand why we are in the dilemma that we're in. Because everybody wants the rules to apply to everybody else, but not to them. They want their permits. They want their car. They want but they don't want other people to have it. Those are the ones that shouldn't have it. So that's why you hear these categories. This one shouldn't have a car, and this one should have a car. But people are people. And as long as we don't have a reliable public transport system that every 15 minutes, if you go there, some vehicle is going to pick you up and take you where you want. We can't tell people they can't have cars. And so, Madam Speaker, this is the dilemma that we have. They say we should reduce the importation of cars. How's that going to help? I know they got driverless cars now, but I don't see any in Cayman. Every car I see going on the road got somebody in it. So, because cars in Cayman don't drive themselves, it's people that are driving the cars. So it's the growth in population that is driving the increase in cars on the road. And we have to grapple with all of these things. And doing the East-West Arterial and fixing the other things are not going to sort the problem out. And even if it did, it would be temporary, because the population is going to continue to grow and more cars are going to keep coming. So all the reports that we've had tell us that there is no one single fix to this issue. But so far, Madam Speaker, the government has done diddly squat about any of this. And we're at half time. They've even changed ministers with respect to public transport. These are big issues that require a great deal of thought and work and planning and design. I'm afraid, Madam Speaker, to tell my good friend, the Minister for Transport and Roads and so forth, that he has to get elected another time if he can see the East-West arterial built, because it won't be on this current watch. No, even if it was approved tomorrow, you couldn't build it in the time we have left. Just ask yourself how long Linford Pearson has taken. Believe you me, I know. So, Madam Speaker, where is this woke administration that is called PACT? In fact, I think we need to change their name now based on what we've been hearing since we came here today. I think we should now call it PACT United. PACT United. PACT United. Because everybody's together. But, Madam Speaker, where is the development plan? I think that the Premier said it wouldn't happen this term. Madam Speaker, unless we get these fundamentals right, all of these other issues which are consequential are never going to be resolved. But, Madam Speaker, seriously, the government, the members of the government have got to start working together. They've got to understand the importance of compromise if you're going to get anything done. But based on what I've been told, they can't even agree on where they should get lunch from, let alone anything else. Because this one want Corrigoat and that one want Thai Orchid. You know, that's how it goes. Seriously, Madam Speaker, we can't lose 2 years. It's 2 years of everybody's lives. And the problems we have will just continue to compound if nothing is done to address them. You know, it's for those who would want to go back into office, you know, they may be rubbing their hands and saying, oh, well, we'll just sweep them out next election because I wouldn't have done anything. But the country would have lost 4 years. At my age, I never thought this would happen, but 2 years seems a long time. I don't want to lose 2 years. Madam Speaker, 2 other related matters which I don't see any reference to, which I believe ought to be high on the list of priorities. One was mentioned, or maybe both of them, by the member from Bordentown West, the issue of health insurance. We were happy when we heard certain utterances from the member from Bordentown West when he was Minister of Finance, that he had taken on board our sort of premise that in order to make Cineco feasible, we needed to extend its scope and range of products which it offered. And his analysis, the member from Bordentown West analysis, is absolutely right. The civil servants are paying for former private sector employees to get the benefit of Cineco, because once they reach retirement age, they get kicked out of the group policy that they were part of at their workplace. And then they're now 60, 65, or they have some pre-existing condition, which if they don't turn you down point blank, they make the premium so high you can't afford to pay it. That absolutely has to be addressed. That absolutely has to be addressed. I raised it when I was Premier. We had these things on actioned. COVID stole a lot of the time that we would otherwise have to have advanced many of these policies we're talking about. The issue of pensions. People pay into private sector pensions for the entire working life, and the best they can get out of it is $12,000 a year. Seriously? It's not viable. If those people can't survive, government's going to have to pick up the tab. That's what we've done in Cayman ever since. And I hope whoever's in government that we never lose that sense of compassion for people. But those things are going to take money. And they need to be prioritized. These are social issues. These are the things that people need more than they need a park. No, I'm not going to criticize anybody for buying land. We bought a lot of land, and I'm happy to see the government doing the same thing, because in 10 years, they're not going to be anywhere for people to go. So I'm not against that. But I'm saying in terms of priorities, if people can't pay these basic things and pay for the things that they need to live, they're not going to be able to enjoy no beach or no park. The what? You need hearing aids. No, you need a hearing aid. Of course I support it. I introduced you to Scranton Park. I don't know who you're talking to. Yeah. And so, Madam Speaker, from my perspective, the government has a lot more work to do to get the budget which is to come to a point where it even begins to address some of the critical issues in this country. I hope, having had the benefit of such debate as we've been able to provide in the limited time that we've seen this document, the government will take on board our concerns and have another look at what can be done to tweak these figures. Because when you have $3 billion to spend, you should be able to give a little assistance to the most vulnerable and hardworking in our community. That is the NAU recipients, the seamen, the veterans, the pensioners, and civil servants. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Cayman Brack West and Little Cayman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a short contribution on Government Motion Number 4, 2022-2023, Strategic Policy Statement for the 2024-2026 financial years. Madam Speaker, I want to speak about two things specifically that are near and dear and extremely important to all of us. I'd like to start off, Madam Speaker, by reading from the Strategic Policy Statement document, page 27. It's Ministry of District Administration and Lands. It says, with your permission, thank you. Page 27, upper left hand, says continue to support and improve the business of government in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, ensuring the timely and efficient implementation of government policies, enhance services to Cayman Islands citizens and companies in the areas of land registration, surveying, geographic data, valuation, and the management of government facilities. Well done, Minister, well done. The summation there of what is included in the strategic policy statement, I believe will give everybody comfort, the outline of it, and to start off with continue. Because as we all know on both sides of this house, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman, Cayman Brac more so, depend on government and government jobs and government help to create a sustainable quality of life. And we are extremely proud of what has been previously done there. I think we have moved to a sustainable feeling, and I believe, as I say, well done, Minister, this statement alone gives our people, our population, the comfort to know that it will continue in the way that it has, and the improvements will continue to move forward in the strategic policy statement of how it was delivered. Madam Speaker, I want to take the time to just look through Cayman Brac and Little Cayman and what government touches under this heading. When you think of district administration and public works, that encompasses the daily life of everyone that is on those two islands. That basically means that is the support system of what happens as two small islands move forward on a daily basis. The hospital is separate from this line item part of the budget, but is certainly a important part of what has to be funded and what has been identified. We'll also hear about schools separately, but again, doesn't fall under this, but falls under another line item of how the strategic policy statement has been delivered. Madam Speaker, as we look and think about the island itself, two islands, and the daily life that government supports and continues to move in a sustainable way, we look at the services that are available. Planning. I mentioned that The minister last week, I believe, the minister responsible for it was on the BRAC, met, talked about some planning improvements. I thank him for that. We appreciate that. The Lands has its own office there. We look at some of the staffing needs, but they're certainly being talked about. Madam Speaker, environmental health, Department of Environment, these are all services that are there and available. And I say that we know the daily life of each person there is touched and affected and made better by what the government services offer and how they are supported. Madam Speaker, the capital projects will be broken down, I'm sure, in the budget, and we can all listen and drill down in how they will move forward. But that is another part of we identify recurrent spending in this conversation. I see my good friend, the Minister of Tourism, waiting to have some input or to hear about the issues from his ministry on Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. And it's a very important part of his ministry. We have the Airport Authority, which I want to say has 10 jobs, new jobs coming up on Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. Hats off. We also have CAL, which I'll address at the later part. The Department of Tourism has its own office there, does the inspections, regulates, and gives the comfort of knowing that it's monitored and regulated. I want to bring in Cayman Airways now, because as we listened and understood of the importance of the services, absolutely nothing can happen without Cayman Airways in Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. And I mentioned his support and his push to get the third Twin Otter for Little Cayman. I know that they've reached out and thanked you, and I know you're involved with it, so again, hats off to you. It is also needed that we look at what we're doing with the SOBs and the schedule into Cayman Brac. If we don't have that service, the quality of life that we, meaning government services, are providing ends, from sports not being able to get to Grand Cayman for events, to health services not being able to move back and forth, and the list would go on. And I know this is a cost, and I have heard the speakers that have come before me break the budget apart, break the strategic statement apart, and talk about we need to be very aware that we have to look at what the important spends are and what are not important, and how we budget ourselves. But I want to use this presentation to show that we have to have expense on one side that's going to drive revenue on the other side. And when I move from this, I will move to a revenue stream called tourism that is a real opportunity for the government, and some of the things that the minister has shared. There is on the statement just give me a second, Madam Speaker. There's a part in the strategic policy statement where there's going to be an improvement. It was identified in the Premier's statement. Of improving physical infrastructure development, business regulatory framework, upgraded to make it easier for local companies to do business and to prosper. Part of this revamp will be to modernize the Liquor License Act to align other commerce-related legislation. Madam Speaker, I would ask the Premier that when he's looking at these headings and when he's looking into his closing, that he would move to request that when the reviews are being made to meet that specific outcome, building a modern infrastructure to ensure successful future for our islands, that we encourage the government to include in those plans a reduction in fees for Cayman Brac and Little Cayman trade and business licenses. And I purely give you an example. There's been major representation from the islands, but the example is this. You have a 50% reduction now in those costs, and you buy the license, and let's say you pay $1,000 for it in Cayman Brac. The population between the two islands is approximately 2,000. So you pay $1,000 for 2,000 population that you have an opportunity to do business with. So that license will cost you $2,000 in Grand Cayman, but you have 78,000 people. So from the cost of doing business in the two islands, we ask that they look and regularize and don't put the businesses at a disadvantage because of that costing. I want to also mention, and this fits right into the tourism wheelhouse, Madam Speaker, also the Little Cayman World Heritage Site that is going to be recommended by the Foreign Commonwealth Office. And along with that is the now move for solar on Little Cayman and Cayman Brac, which I believe puts us into a whole new growth opportunity because of that type of, and I saw where in the statement there's also a move from tourism to those eco-tourism aspects. So I think we're ahead of the curve with that and very happy about looking at that. I also want to mention the fire service that also has jobs coming up on the Brac and obviously is there, and the plane can't land without the fire service, and we depend on them every day. The last one that I'll mention is the police, and I make an appeal that something is done to strengthen the police on Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. I can tell you that there were people arrested yesterday. There have been 4 different burglaries in the last 2 weeks, and I say good things because the 2 individuals were picked up in a short period of time, but that doesn't mean that that is the deterrent and the safety that we need there now. So I leave that with the Premier. Madam Speaker, I want to now move to the tourism part of strategic policy statement. As the previous speakers have said, we didn't have a look at this policy statement until today. Fair enough. So I want to share my thoughts that we had previous to the statement itself. Then at the end, I'll go through what has been delivered today, and I think it will be pretty interesting. I would have to say that the common thought and the common thread of how we move tourism forward. Madam Speaker, 3 years ago, we locked down these islands from the outside world. We did it to protect the lives of the people from the virus, COVID, closing our borders to save lives. We shut down the most successful 6 continuous years of tourism growth in the history of these islands. Over those 6 years, we had pulled ourselves out of the slump of a global recession, a recession that really took a toll on our economy. But as the minister responsible for tourism, transport, district admin, supported by my progressives-led government colleagues, most of them are here on both sides tonight, I understand where we were coming from and where we needed to go. We knew that we had to build the future of our country, so we had to look closely at our tourism infrastructure and human capital. We knew that we had to get our messaging right and get the word out that we were in business in a serious way. And that's why I mentioned earlier that I wanted to talk about tourism as being a revenue stream for the country. Madam Speaker, we knew getting where we needed to be was a marathon, not a sprint. So we worked with an excellent team of civil servants and private sector partners who mapped out the vision and worked to help drive forward programs to return growth and jobs across all 3 islands. And I would say that we're fortunate that these people are still in place today and are extremely bright in doing their job with the Civil Service, Department of Tourism, and of course, your private sector partners. Madam Speaker, those jobs included work for Caymanian entrepreneurs who rely on tourism to feed their families and provide a roof over their heads. Many of those families are from West Bay, Madam Speaker, and you have seen that things were better in 2019 than they were in 2013. Life was better from West Bay to Georgetown, through to the eastern districts, and across the water to Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. We all understand, Madam Speaker, that the benefits of a tourism dollar flow through many facets of our economy and benefit many people directly and indirectly. We understand that tourism is an integral, indeed vital part of our economy and must be nurtured. Over the years, Madam Speaker, I've often referred to the benefits of making it easy for people to get to all 3 of our islands. Get your marketing offer right, and every visitor who comes here will return with their family and friends. Cruise visitors come off the ship and are intrigued. Many return as stayovers with friends and family. It's still true. Get our tourism offer and messaging right. Make it easy for people to get here and give them reasons to return with family and friends. Remember, 46 to 48% of stayover visitors are repeat visitors. Madam Speaker, in no small part because of that simple formula, it is how we have grown tourism for these Cayman Islands. And I just take the time to give you a thought process of delivering on making it easy for the Cayman Islands. When you look at attracting tourists individually to the Cayman Islands, the first thing you have to think of is we're a high-cost destination, and how do we attract that block of high net worth individuals. So to get the information to them, you can look at their zip code, and it's categorized by income. And you can make sure that electronically you get information to them, that they understand there's an opportunity to vacation in the Cayman Islands. You under-promise and you over-deliver. That's what gives you your repeat guests. Madam Speaker, again, the high net worth individual or the medium individual are the ones that can really enjoy the vacation time here and the multi-generational. So the second part of making it easy is that now that you've identified, you want to take a bullseye on the gateway cities, because as it is difficult to get from East End to Georgetown, you don't want to advertise to somebody who can't get here in an easy way. So your gateway city is your opportunity to market and bring people here, again, in a comfortable, easy way. And that starts putting us into the situation of the strategic value of Cayman Airways and the other partners that bring our guests. And as they arrive, the pleasant airport experience that they find when they arrive in the Cayman Islands, I'd say, is above what they would expect coming to the region. And as they come in and they're taken through border control, it's a good, easy experience to the carousel. And then the ambassadors kick in when they come outside and they get in a taxi or a tour bus and they start talking and listening and hearing about Cayman. And it gives them great comfort because it's safe and it's easy. And as they go to their hotel, condo, Airbnb, vacation rental by owner, friends, family, whatever it is, they have the opportunity to look and feel safe. But part of the infrastructure that takes place as we continue to make it easy is if they're driving up easterly Tibbets and they have to see the median that's overgrown in the middle, that's not Cayman. And I mention that because it's all of us. It is each one of the cogs that we have to keep in place and work to make sure we share that experience with people who arrive. The next part of it is Easterly Tibbets Drive is fairly smooth, but there are transportation problems that the transfer of wealth, the transfer of opportunity to the eastern districts does not happen until we straighten that problem out, bringing 25% of your economy in for opportunity. So working on good roads is important. I won't be in the room when you're prioritizing what your cuts are going to be if they're in, but that's where we are. And then we have hotel that are second to none. They offer value for money, and they put the guests into the next phase, which is the tours and the opportunity to have an activity here in Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. And I would say at the end of the day, based on such a high repeat guests, we deliver value for money. But we can't take it for granted. We have to continue and improve the experience. Madam Speaker, between 2015 and 2019, the tourism sector grew at an average of almost 10% each year, often outpacing regional competitors. This is a good time to remind the House that the countries in the region are our friends, Madam Speaker, but they are also our competitors. I give you the example of a shopping mall that you go to as a destination, but each store is a competitor of the other one. That's the region. I always remembered my first and only obligation as tourism minister was the people of these islands. I never forgot that my role as minister was to facilitate a vision and a positive result. And to do that, I had to respect and rely on the people and businesses with real stake invested in our tourism. So the government and our private sector partners worked together to grow the demand of our Caymanian tourism product. The result of that hard work was not only record tourism numbers, but the great demand for our tourism product meant that the average daily hotel rate was one of the highest in the region. At this point, Madam Speaker, the tourism industry contributed over 25% or more of the country's GDP. It provided an opportunity for thousands of Caymanians to make a good living, and in financial terms, the country received hundreds of millions of dollars in tourism spend, around 850 million. But tourism is not just an economic pillar to our economy. It is a strategic economic driver for the government. And that's why I say it's a revenue stream when you're looking at what to cut. A strong tourism product and market, along with a stable government, helps instill confidence in investors and underpin hundreds of millions of dollars in investment, which drives construction, retail, imports, and other ancillary services. Our economy, Madam Speaker, is like a web of many interconnecting parts. Break too many strands, and our economic web will collapse. Tourism and development are vital strands in that web. Reflecting again, Madam Speaker, on how far we came in 6 years as a country, we were averaging over 3.5% growth per annum, had cut Caymanian unemployment from 10.5% in 2012 to 5% before the pandemic. And in 2019, the Cayman Islands recorded our highest tourism arrivals in history, crossing the 500,000 mark in stayover visitor arrivals. Stayover tourism numbers grew by over 45% those 6 years. Madam Speaker, that was no accident. We worked hard, we focused on what was best for Caymanian families and businesses, I was focused on what was best for our islands. Whether I was at home or traveling overseas, it was what was best for the Cayman Islands. I never forget we were having a strategic meeting and Minister Hugh was there. I think you weren't a minister then. We were parliamentary counselor and with tourism. And we were looking at where we thought we could drive arrivals in the next 2 years. And we had come to around 450,000. And Minister Hughes stood up and he said, 500,000 or nothing. So thank you, Minister Hugh, for the push. Deputy Leader of the Opposition now. We listened to our tourism partners, whether large hotel properties or small to medium-sized businesses. We worked along the team in tourism to develop a marketing approach that was the envy of the region. Madam Speaker, this is available on statistics at the Cayman Island Tourism website. This is a 2019 that's on there now, and I thought it was very interesting. It has a big flyer. It says, record stayover arrivals, 502,000. Cruise was down to 1.8 million, and the spend was around $840 million for that year. They also have, Madam Speaker, on that site, they have arrivals by the month for a 10-year period. And I just bring that up because I think you can see the growth, and the growth indicates that the strategy and the plan was working. And there's no reason why the strategy and the plan will not work again. So, if anybody would like to look at that, that's where it is. It's available. Madam Speaker, as we entered 2020, tourism was booming. Tourism workers were earning a good, steady income, and tourism growth was forecast at 5% for the year. We all expected 2020 would be yet another record year. But as we all know, the onset of COVID changed the story. Travel, tourism, and hospitality industries were among the first economic casualties. Tourism sector reliant businesses were hit hard. Thousands of workers were unemployed overnight, but as a government, we cared for our tourism workers and businesses because it was the right thing to do. We provided stipends to tourism workers and helped businesses survive as best we could through policy and plans. It was the right thing to do, but we also understood the dawn follows the night, and that we had a resilient tourism product. We had to ensure that tourism workers and businesses had the ability to remain resilient. So when tourists started to return, we had the people and businesses to cater to them, and Caymanians and others could return to work in the tourism industry. We knew that we had a resilient product, Madam Speaker, not only because of the natural beauty that we have, our diverse tri-island experience, our remarkable beaches, warm weather, wonderful attractions, excellent accommodations and restaurants, but our most welcoming people is the key. But also offerings were improved as we built out our infrastructure to accommodate tourism growth. I hit on a couple of the cross-ministry examples of how everybody working together and the need. The most tangible expressions of our support, our progressive-led government, the tourism industry, was the modernization and enlargement of our airport. For years, the old airport had been creaking at its seams, despite years of government after government saying we had to get something done. The progressive-led governments finally delivered the modernization. My colleagues and I understood the needs, and we worked together to stage the rebuild so that it was only affordable over time. But it was accomplished from cash and not by adding any debt. We encouraged and worked with investors to build new room stock, so over 1,000 rooms were built between 2016 and 2019, and room stock grew to around 7,000 rooms by the end of 2019. And I might mention that that's about where it is now, back to the 7,000 plus. We put our hotel tourism school into action. Madam Speaker, the progressive group doesn't take credit with the push to start the hotel tourism school. That was done by the member from West Bay West. But we take credit for actioning the hotel tourism school and having students arrive for the first class. We included tourism training and education in our budget as we understood that it was necessary to lay the foundation for our future so young Caymanians would be encouraged to get into tourism. Madam Speaker, our support for Cayman Airways never wavered, and we upgraded the fleet to the Boeing MAX 8s to also help build for the future. The eights provided more capacity, but importantly allowed us to enter strategic routes that were not easily feasible, and our older aircraft could not make the distance. Denver is one such route that has proven to be successful. And we continue to use CAL as for the strategic purposes of growing tourism, and we also $20+ million in wages from CAL employs a Caymanian workforce and gives opportunity for them to share in that industry. And we encourage government to continue to look at opportunities for the employees at CAL. Madam Speaker, we are in a rebuilding mode. I certainly understand the minister speaking enthusiastically about his efforts to grow tourism, but he needs to fully understand the challenges and tell us how he plans to mitigate those challenges with some of the issues of prioritizing what our next steps are. The minister's challenge, Madam Speaker, the minister's challenges are not his alone. They amount to challenges that will impact thousands of Caymanians. The minister has already told us that cruise tourism will not return to the 2019 numbers he had hoped for. He expects by the end of next year, the best that we'll get is about 40% of the 2019 numbers.
Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Madam Chair, I stand on a point of order for the member to show where that was said, because it's not factual, and he's been given some great information, so I think maybe he had misunderstood what was said, but at no time did I say that it would only make up to 40% of the 2019 numbers. Now, if he wants me to provide that information for him, I'd be happy to, but that is not correct.
I'm sorry? Madam Speaker, if the minister would like to give me the information, I'm happy to say it. This is the, how would you like to leave it?
Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the honourable member is giving way just for clarity. I think the 40% upon which he's speaking of is not 40% of the amount of persons coming, but the amount of revenue we projected for 2022. And for 2023, we projected revenues of 70% and 70% of arrivals for 2023. As we all know in this Parliament, cruise tourism was not in place until March of last year, and the whole country wasn't fully reopened from a COVID perspective until August of last year. So the 40% in numbers was related to the pre-COVID times. The projections moving forward are not to that amount. Now, I did say that the cruise tourism projections for 23, 24, and 25 are within the range of 25% drop of the overall 2019 high numbers. And that was as a result of the country's decision collectively not to move forward with the pier, upon which we have accepted as administration in respect to the people. So hopefully that gives some clarity to the member. I know he didn't mean it in any negative way, but just clarifying the information.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I thank the member for that, the minister. My information came from the Cayman Compass. It says Minister of Tourism, based on information received from cruise lines, projects that just 746,000 passengers will arrive on island in 2024, drop nearly half compared to the 1.4 million expected by the end of this year, and a 60% reduction on the 2019 figures. So we're just splitting hairs.
Madam Chair, if the member would give slightly one more giveaway, I accept that misprint by the local news company, and I had to reach out to them to say that they have misprinted the information, and that was on the basis of the projections were not fully completed for ports. And as the former minister may know, how the cruise industry works is they upload their ports of call throughout the year. And those projections were, as we were presenting to CETA, the CETA organization, and about what the projections were. And that year upon which they reported on was not completed. And we had to ask them to correct it. I'm not sure why it's still up, but I'm happy to ask the local Cayman Compass to please correct that, because now it's caused a problem in Parliament in respect to false information. At no point that we have had an indication that it would only be 40% of the cruise tourism numbers.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank the minister again for that. So let me end the story by asking him what strategies are in place or plans being considered to ensure that tour operators and other small Caymanian entrepreneurs can survive in those years. What alternatives? And in fairness, I believe you already identified that on your list. And like I said, I just got this when it was presented today. So we'll wait to hear from the minister. I'm sure he'll update us all. Stayover tourism is also trying to recover, but here the news is better. We had 248,000 stayover visitors in 2022, Madam Speaker, 56% of the 2019 number. So about where we were in 2010. Yes, we exceeded what the ministry aimed for, Madam Speaker, but that's not hard if you choose to have a low number that you're aiming for. Raise your number. We should be more ambitious than that. Madam Speaker, we should aim high and do whatever is necessary to achieve our ambitions. We need a Cayman Islands only marketing focus and do what we did before. Work with tourism partners to actively grow demand. And lest we forget, Madam Speaker, Cayman Brac and Little Cayman have unique offerings that must be accommodated in our marketing plans. And the support of the new planes, Dash or ATRs, for that daily schedule will be supported with the marketing plan. Please don't speak as if the work with Cayman's tourism recovery is a done deal. There's much work to be done. Focus on working with our local private partners and our talented marketing staff to drive the demand for Cayman's tourism. Looking at other challenges, Madam Speaker, the airport infrastructure will need further improvements to better accommodate commercial and private. Don't forget about general aviation. And also, what are the minister's plans for that, and how will the improvements be paid for? The minister has acknowledged that the cargo port needs to be enlarged and enhanced, but he also hinted that cruise tourism needs a solution. So the minister recognizes the challenges, but has not put forward viable solutions. And again, there is the issue of how government plans to pay for it. Madam Speaker, I will say that after listening to the speakers previous, the synergy between what everybody is looking at and saying prioritize the most important. And again, I go back to the prioritization of tourism is a revenue stream. I mentioned Cayman Airways earlier, Madam Speaker. Cal and the employees who work there are national treasures. It is an essential asset that we cannot take undue risks with. So I say again that we must be strategic in how we put that valuable asset to use and ensure that every route we fly makes sense for us and Cal. Our load factors must be carefully watched on any flight we support, and be mindful that if another airline is not flying directly to Cayman from a particular city, there may be a reason why. Airlines generally fill a void where they see a demand.
You see a problem with one of the routes? Which one do you like?
Madam Speaker, I'm trying to give me... At this point in time, it is prudent to have a Cayman-centric focus and not a regional one. Tourism is starting up, Madam Speaker. Our regional competitors are working hard to capture as much of the existing market share as there is, including many of the same people and their friends and family who helped us get to the 500,000 stayover passengers back in 2019. We do not know what the next year will bring, Madam Speaker, but if the U.S. economy goes into a recession, that will impact tourism. This is no time to believe we are well on the way. We are just getting out of the starting blocks, and there's much work to be done to make the lives of our people better. Madam Speaker, there is no room for going wrong with 25% of our economy. And I was going to close there, Madam Speaker, but when I got the written copy, I think it's important for us to look at, that's where we were, that was the success we had, that's what we did that drove through 2019. Promote and grow sports and event tourism. This is the new initiatives that are coming out. Carifta, we've done, it's fantastic. It drove the highest numbers we'd ever had for that month. The event tourism, weddings, sports weddings are in the shoulder seasons. Very successful, we've done it, hats off. Expand into emerging and secondary tourism markets. We didn't do that to a great extent, and the reason we didn't do it is because there's 350 million people in North America, and it was easier to fill our rooms and get the price that was being charged at a percentage. I'm sure the minister has a plan of what percentages he's going to pull out of this, but I would encourage him to make it easy for them to get here. Market high net worth individuals, I think we're leading the area in that with all the privates we see in. This is very important. Promote Cayman Brac and Little Cayman. And I think we hit on that with the need for Cal. I see the DP sitting right next to you. Total support from both of us. Look forward to having a chat more about that. The opportunities for expansion of Cayman routes, there are opportunities. They grow revenue, they bring tourists. We just make sure they're the right routes. Diversify our tourism product to ecotourism focus, strong. Reimagine cruise tourism. Again, you identified why it needs to be done. Increase safety regulatory oversight. I'm assuming that's Little Cayman? Okay, good. Ensure you meet internationally mandated standards. So, Madam Speaker, thank you very much for allowing me the time this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask if any other members wish to speak on the motion, I would like to remind members of the rules of debate, particularly Section 34 of the Standing Orders, as it relates to standing on a point of order or to elucidate. I ask that you wait until I acknowledge you, and then you can express if it's a point of order or elucidation. Also, just would like to remind members that while someone's on the floor speaking, that you maintain your silence while they're speaking, and if you have an issue on point of order or elucidation, that you rise, and I will acknowledge you. Thank you. Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Which one you want?
No, I'll take that one. Thanks, Mom. Anything formed or put together through envy and jealousy will always fail. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to make a very brief contribution on Government Motion Number 4, 2022-2023, the Strategic Policy Statement. Madam Speaker, as everybody on this side has said before, we just received the SPS today, but everybody on this side who has spoken has gone into it and dissected it as much as they could. So there's nothing that I would want to go over, and it doesn't make sense repeating what has been said before. Before I start, Madam Speaker, I would just like to say I congratulate and I'm very proud of the performances over the last year of our sporting teams and sporting individuals. And we all know the golf that has been taking place with Aaron Jarvis representing Cayman at the Masters. We've had the rugby ladies and the rugby men's doing well. In fact, the ladies just recently went on a tour. The men's cricket went to Argentina and performed very well, in fact qualifying for the next round, which still gives them a hope of qualifying for the World Cup, Cricket World Cup. We've had our cycling team, especially Nathaniel Forbes, going away and performing well. But our Carifta teams, the swimming and the track and field, with Jordan Crooks, as usual, continuing his great performances at the Carifta Games, and Devontae Howell being the first Caymanian to win the 100 meters at the track and field Carifta Games. We're all proud, Cayman, and I am, and Cayman is very proud of all the performances. Madam Speaker, as a member of the government between 2017 and 2021, I saw the process of the government preparing 2 SPS to present to Parliament. So I have some insight into what it takes, with each minister spending long hours and late nights with their ministry teams working on their budget proposals. I will steal a quote from the Leader of Opposition's contribution today, where he says, "The strategic policy statement should represent the collective view of the elected government as to its future direction. It has become the norm for the Premier to present the plans and policies on behalf of the government, after which the Finance Minister delivers the financial plans that underpin policies in the SPS to assure the House that the country's finances can meet the government's planned agenda." Madam Speaker, the SPS gives the government an opportunity to present their objectives and policies to establish the upcoming budget allocations. This process involves leadership, trust, teamwork, and respect, because it is here where cuts will be made where necessary to each ministry's proposals. Madam Speaker, it's very important that I repeat that again. Leadership, trust, teamwork, and respect is very much needed, because as in most cases, the captain has the final say in making the right decision, and in this case, for Cayman and the Cayman people for the following 2 years. Madam Speaker, sports has been my life, and as far back as I can remember, I have been involved in sports, and very often I make comparisons of life experiences with sports. I'm going to talk a little bit about the history. I mean, it's sport in general, but I'll stick more to cricket because that's where my love is, and I make comparisons with that, as I said, with life experiences. I have been involved and played many sports, but my greatest love has been cricket, and I will use the history of Cayman cricket to make comparisons to what I will talk about today. Madam Speaker, I have memories as a 5 or 6-year-old playing cricket with my father and brothers in our backyard. At that time, it was only 2 brothers, Brian and Christopher. And I clearly remember as a 9-year-old in 1968 going to the West Bay Primary School to watch the Melbourne cricket team from Jamaica, which included a young 14-year-old named Michael Holden, who would go on to become one of the greatest fast bowlers in cricket history. And he played against the Cayman select team, which included my brother, who was only 12 at the time, Brian. I say this just to emphasize how long I have been involved in cricket in Cayman and my memories of the history and the ups and downs of cricket in Cayman. In those days that I just referred to, cricket was mainly played by those who loved cricket and often played for fun and enjoyment. It was decided that the way forward was to form an association and elect a president and form a league with teams to compete against each other. Cricket was on the rise. Madam Speaker, cricket continued to grow and the level improved with the league and competition. And in 1996, a technical director was hired by the government, the Cayman government, which brought more success as Cayman was accepted by the ICC, which is the world governing cricket body, at the affiliate level, which allowed Cayman cricket to receive some financial help from ICC and gave us the opportunity to travel overseas and play against other countries in ICC America's League. A few years later, we were accepted at the associate level, which increased our financial help and the benefit of traveling to tournaments of higher level. Madam Speaker, why I'm referring to this is because with success came envy and jealousy, as is usually the case of most things that are successful. Cayman's cricket success encouraged someone to seek election for the position of president of the CICA with exaggerated promises and financial incentives to teams. Once this person was elected as president, promises were forgotten and Cayman cricket suffered, and the success of Cayman cricket declined. So much so that countries that we were beaten previously were now beating Cayman. Madam Speaker, last year, Cayman cricket received a visit from ICC's development officer to review the state of cricket in Cayman and offer some tips. The day before she was leaving, the development officer visited Christopher and I, and she stated how happy she was with the future of cricket in Cayman and the open arms reception she received from the present CICA. But she went on to say something very shocking to us, because she told us that the previous president and administration had no interest in accepting advice or suggestions from her, and even when offered some financial help, said, and this will sound very familiar, "It is okay, but we got this." She had some commitments the next day before catching her flight, but Chris and I arranged with a local reporter to meet her at her hotel to do an interview to reveal this so Cayman cricket will know what was going on. The reporter waited, but she could not make it, but has promised to be back and do an interview. That reporter was Seaford Russell, just to make you know that. Madam Speaker, as I mentioned before, for success it takes leadership, trust, teamwork, and respect. But with the former president, all this was missing, and there was no unity, and Cayman cricket suffered. Madam Speaker, my experience of the life of cricket in Cayman through the years compares very similar what has happened to politics in Cayman. This is where I will mention my statement, that what I mentioned at the beginning. Anything formed or put together through envy and jealousy will always fail. Madam Speaker, this, in my opinion, is how this government was put together. I don't know if I should say this, so I'll just move on. I might as well say it though. Madam Speaker, this, and this is my opinion. Madam Speaker, this, in my opinion, I don't know, Brian didn't take this out. Madam Speaker, this, in my opinion, is how this government was put together. We had someone who was very envious and jealous of of the former premier. And in my opinion, there was no limit. Say what? I'm talking about the former premier, Sir Alden McLaughlin. You're ready?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, I
but
just saw you. I saw you.
I didn't turn the mic on either.
Okay. So I can continue. There was our envious and jealous of our premier, and in my opinion, there was no limit to how far he would go to form the government and become premier. And there is no limit, my opinion again, there is no limit to how far he will go to keep this government together and remain as premier. Madam Speaker, the effects of this has been A, lack of trust in leadership amongst his government members. B, lack of teamwork amongst his government members. And C, lack of respect from his government members. Therefore, Madam Speaker, how can I have any trust in this government and the SPS that is being presented here today? I will go further, Madam Speaker, and say that I lack trust in 5 of the 8 ministers. That's over half of the ministers who are supposed to be part of the government presenting the SPS for the greater good of the Cayman Islands. Madam Speaker, I will not dwell too much on this subject, as I've spoken on it previously, but it needs to be repeated. But I cannot trust someone who resigns from the Progressives and tear down the Progressives' banner of the office because of a certain issue, but just a couple months later, he ignores that same issue so as to become premier. How can I trust someone who one night pounds their chest and proclaims, "You have my word," not once, but 3 times, only to have that word meaning 0 just a few hours later? How can I trust someone who one night promises his campaign committee, and you're making me nervous with your fingers so close to that.
Well, since you said that, I will just ask you to stick with the scope of the motion.
Madam Speaker, my contribution to the SPS is saying why I cannot trust that the government will deliver on their promises. That's what I'm touching on. All the members on this side have gone into the SPS as much as they could, even though they only received it this morning. So my contribution, I'm just explaining why I am having and will have difficulty in trusting that the government will deliver on their promises.
Please proceed.
Thank you. How can I trust someone who one night promises his campaign committee and some of his financial supporters that in the morning he was coming to the Progressives to form the government, but just hours later in the morning, something made him break that promise? How can I trust someone who leaves the government to join the opposition, saying that he cannot sit with a government that has, and I cannot say these two descriptions, as a speaker, but only a few months later accepts that same person that he calls some names back in the same position as speaker so as to become minister in a government? I wonder how now it is okay, but so terrible a few months earlier. Madam Speaker, my final little piece on the 5 ministers, my eyes don't lie. I might be shocked at things I see, but my eyes do not lie. And as a very proud member of the Youth Parliament Committee for 4 years, there was one experience that deeply upset and concerned me. I won't go too much into detail, and it may not have been a criminal act, but it was an incident of cheating done by an MP who was also a member of the Youth Parliament Committee and is now a minister. And after continuously denying it, when I confronted the person saying that my eyes don't lie and I know what I saw, he tried to make excuses for what took place. That proved to me that my eyes weren't lying. If cheating will go on in small things, how can I trust that this won't happen in bigger decisions? How can I trust that this government, that have 5 ministers that I have lost trust in, how can I trust that they will deliver on their promises in the SPS? Madam Speaker, I just put forward reasons why I will have a very difficult time in trusting these 5 ministers, trusting that these 5 ministers will put forward a budget that will benefit and be in the best interest of Cayman and the Cayman people. Doubts have been planted in my head by their own actions. Madam Speaker, you might be happy to hear this, but in closing, Madam Speaker, we had the arrival of our new governor, Her Excellency Mrs. Jane Owens, on Friday gone. And after the reception at the airport, we had her swearing-in ceremony here in Parliament in the afternoon. The Premier delivered his welcoming speech. Sorry?
Just 1 minute, please.
Sure.
I have a member here who has stood. Can you just take a seat for a moment for me, please? Honorable Minister for Tourism and Transport, are you rising on a point of order?
Correct, Madam Speaker. I'm just trying to find the relevant standing orders. Though I may have not been in my seat, I was listening to the member and his contributions in the committee room as I was preparing my notes. And I'm trying to, if you would give me way to find the relevant standing orders, because I believe the recent statements by the member has cast some negative aspersions on the members of this House, Madam Speaker, which is clearly against the standing orders. And I ask him to retract everything that he has said. Not only has he not called any member by name, but he's also allowed these allegations that he has said to be any single member of this House, including you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's highly inappropriate for him to do such thing. And Madam Speaker, if you give me just 30 seconds to find a relevant standing order, I will provide that information for the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the leeway. In the standing orders on page 25, standing order 35, it says content of speeches. 35(4) says no member shall impute improper motives of another member. Madam Speaker, the member went as far as to say it was close to being criminal. Madam Speaker, I've never, in my 6 years being a member of Parliament, as green as I would never go that far. And I asked you as the chief of this house, Madam Speaker, to ask the member to retract his statements, because he's made assertions on everybody, including his own members on the opposite side, to potentially being doing something as close as criminal in this parliament.
Honorable member, I'd like to ask you to retract your statement where you are imputing.
Madam Speaker, what I could do, the incidences where I mentioned the 5 ministers, and he's saying it could be referred to, but I'll just name who I'm referring to then.
I would caution you.
Madam Speaker, could we have a couple-minute break, please?
Thank you. Honorable member, just have a seat. I actually need to stretch my legs, so we will take this opportunity to take a 10-minute recess. You may be seated. Proceedings are now resumed. Honourable Member for Georgetown West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to clarify something in what I had said previously. I didn't, and I'm sorry if anybody misunderstood what I said, but I did not say that any criminal act was committed. I didn't say that, and if somebody misunderstood what I said, I apologize for that.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Please proceed with your debate.
Madam Speaker, as I said in closing, we had the arrival of our new governor, Her Excellency Mrs. Jane Owens, and after the reception at the airport, we had our swearing-in ceremony here in Parliament in the afternoon. The Premier delivered his welcoming speech.
Don't say it.
Don't say it? Okay. The Premier delivered his welcoming speech, and what stuck out large to me was his feelings towards certain members of his government. Madam Speaker, there was a time he was mentioning a parliamentary secretary, and he was excited, proud, and enthusiastic. But a few times when he had to mention a couple ministers, it sounded to me like he was in some serious pain, and it was hurting him to say what he had to say about those ministers. Madam Speaker, I will finish by saying I used to like the old Wayne, but I very much dislike the new Wayne. I believe that the envy and jealousy that made you hell-bent on forming this government and trying to keep this government together, where you are totally disrespected by some of your government members, has made the new Wayne, And I'm asking you, for the sake of Cayman and for the sake of yourself, Premier, go back to the old Wayne, because it is destroying you and destroying Cayman. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to attempt to give a short contribution to the government SPS plan, Madam Speaker, and I know the hour is late, so I will do my best to be short in my speech. Madam Speaker, the last 2 years and where we are today, got me to thinking, and one of the things I thought about, Madam Speaker, was, we all watched a lot of fairy tales as we grew up, and it came to my attention that usually in a fairy tale, there are people that are lost in a forest or in a desert or in water. Then they find each other, and then they live happily ever after. But, Madam Speaker, I noticed that there's very little, or very rare, I couldn't think of one where there's a sequel to the fairy tale. You know why, Madam Speaker? It really didn't end that they lived happily ever after together. So, Madam Speaker, all fairy tales end with them living happily ever after together. And this, Madam Speaker, strategic policy statement by the PAC government, I think is the first sequel that I've seen to a fairy tale. Madam Speaker, as I said, I had a wonderfully written speech here. Truth be told, the font was way too small, even with my glasses on. But I just want to hit on a couple of points, Madam Speaker, that I think were important to highlight that I felt should have played a greater role in the presentation of the SPS. Or perhaps I missed it, and perhaps we'll hear more details later on. Madam Speaker, not in any particular order, but one of the items that I am concerned about when we talk about building a modern infrastructure to ensure a successful future for our islands is that of the modern subsea cable. I know that there were funds approved, some $15 million in the 2022 budget, I think it was. And I just wonder, Madam Speaker, perhaps the Premier, we do have a parliamentary question, and maybe we'll get the answer tomorrow. But I just wonder whether or not, because that had started under the last SPS, under the last budget, whether that was omitted from this SPS, or perhaps it was just part and parcel of a greater presentation. But it'd be interesting to find out, Madam Speaker, because I do believe and I think that it has been a priority, was a priority of our government, and it certainly was a priority of this government when they first took office, and it'd be interesting to know where we are with that modern subsea cable to provide faster, more affordable, more reliable, and internet for the people of our country. Madam Speaker, roads. The east-west arteria, we had a lot of discussion about that today, and there's motions coming up, etc. But Madam Speaker, we all know that it has to happen. Madam Speaker, I also understand and I fully appreciate that at a minimum, the hydrological study has to be done. I'm not so sure, Madam Speaker, about a full EIA, because if the EIA comes back and says that you can't build it there, Madam Speaker, what are you going to do? What are we going to do? Unless there's somewhere hidden in this SPS that we are going to do an underground subway or above ground electric cable tram or something, we can't move it. We can't move it, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I won't say any more about that. It has become a matter of contention, and there's a lot of discussion will perhaps be tomorrow if the member from West Bay West gets his way with his motion. But Madam Speaker, the Airport Connector Road, this was scheduled for completion when we were in office for the third quarter of 2021. Then we heard there was a delay in the, what do you call the pipes for drainage? In the culverts. I think if they were coming on the slow boat from China and taking the wrong direction, which if you leave from China, you get here eventually either way you go, they would have been here by now. But Madam Speaker, the Minister for Cayman West and Little Cayman spoke about the median and tourists traveling to and from the 7 Mile Beach area along the Tibbetts Highway. You know, the median is one thing, and maybe we should let it grow up. Because at least when they're heading north towards West Bay Road, they're on the left-hand side, and they can't see the landfill, because I know they're going to be stuck in traffic. Because, Madam Speaker, I don't care what day of the week it is now. In fact, Madam Speaker, Saturdays are worse than Monday through Friday when you try to negotiate that Butterfield roundabout, the Tibbetts Highway, Eastern Avenue, Godfrey Nixon Way. It is bumper to bumper. And we have always insisted, and we've always strived towards getting our tourists on island, getting them on the beach, spending money as quickly as possible, and allowing them to sit on the beach spending money as long as they possibly can before getting them to the airport. But that is not the case right now, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's a journey. It's a stressful journey that if you're lucky you don't get in a car accident, you might get on West Bay Road in an hour or two. We need that Airport Connector Road. We need it as a matter of urgency, Madam Speaker, and I have no idea where the money went to. And Madam Speaker, tied into that is the Godfrey Nixon extension and the other roads that were planned for connectivity in and around Georgetown. This was key to Georgetown revitalization, but also key to relieving the stress on that key roundabout, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I said, East-West arterial is needed. We made some, and I congratulate the minister on continuing and perhaps even improving. I'll give him, I have no idea, but continuing some of the works that we started. And I saw a press release recently that the King's Connector and a few other little roads that'll make a huge difference for those traveling from the eastern districts. But it certainly will not make the type of difference that our people are looking for. The good news is, though, Madam Speaker, while the people in Northside sitting in traffic, they can fill their coffee to the rim because the roads up there are nice. They're nice, nice. You can fill that to the very rim and sip that all morning, Madam Speaker.
I've been for welcome for 12 years.
No, man, Cayman Kaifi started that. Madam Speaker, the third item that I wanted to speak on, and I know that the Honourable Leader touched on it and also the member for Red Bay, and that is Plan Cayman, or the review of the National Development Plan. Madam Speaker, I have talked about this a million times, and the thing that stuck out most for me tonight, and looking at this billion-dollar budget, Madam Speaker, is that the issues we are facing, the sustainability issues that we are facing, whether it be traffic, whether it be beach erosion, whether it be housing, the foundation of all of those issues is the lack of the review of this National Development Plan. Not just by this government, Madam Speaker. Yes, for 25 years, 1997, the year my eldest son was born, 25 years, we have not reviewed that plan. And Madam Speaker, I will say today, and I know that members on the other side know this, that the framework that was developed under the Plan Cayman banner is a good framework. Nothing is perfect, but it is a good start, especially, Madam Speaker, for the development along the West Bay Road, or what everybody terms as an out of control, unreined, all sorts of fancy names for it, development along the West Bay Road. And as I warned the last time, Madam Speaker, the buildings on the West Bay Road are getting older and older. They're failing inspections to keep up with the modern planning codes. And Madam Speaker, if we don't do something now, those buildings are going to get knocked down and built right back in the same spots, in the same beach, with the older ones, Madam Speaker, with an even shorter setback. Because when they were built, the setback was based on the vegetation line. It's now based on the high water mark. And everybody knows that the surveyors wait until the tides are at their lowest. If they got to wait 8 months on it, they'll wait 8 months on it. Because, Madam Speaker, those few inches, those couple of feet on the West Bay Road is millions of dollars. And the sale price of those properties depend on that. So, Madam Speaker, again, it is the foundation of the majority of the things that we're talking about, majority of the things that we're trying to achieve or trying to rectify in this billion-dollar budget. But that one should be the forefront. That should be of most urgency, right along with the landfill. Madam Speaker, that is the beginning, the middle, and the end. We can talk about giving people access to affordable land, but if we don't zone that area properly, what's the purpose? Where do we go after that? How many people you can give land to? Every Caymanian? How many houses can you build? Minister, you love to build, you can build, but you're not going to build enough houses for the people that need houses. Zoning is key. If you do not believe that Airbnb and VBRO do not play a part in the crisis, in our housing crisis, then ask the question, how do we increase stay-over tourism year after year, bar the pandemic, without new hotel rooms? They're not sleeping on the beach. It's our own people sleeping on the beach, Madam Speaker. Not the tourists. It's our Caymanian people sleeping on the beach. Zoning, Madam Speaker. Simple things. The foundation of our issues. is that national development plan, and we play politics with it. We played politics with it during the election, and we played politics with it after the government was formed. I don't care what they call it, Madam Speaker. They can call it the fairy tale plan. I don't care. We need to move forward with it or something comparable. Madam Speaker, the next issue I wanted to touch on, and this is a good leeway into it, was the housing. And as I said, the minister is ambitious in his plans to build houses. But government cannot build them all, Madam Speaker. And not everybody wants to live in the type of houses government is building. And if we didn't learn a lesson from our schools when we talk about social integration, we better learn it on housing and learn it quick. I repeat that. If we did not learn our lesson about social integration when it came to our schools, we better learn it about housing, and we better learn it quick. Madam Speaker, we have to think outside of the box. Not just we're going to give some people opportunity to land. Then you're going to hear, well, they better, if it's in East End, better be from East End, West Bay, better be from West Bay, and everybody can be laying down in front of the bulldozers and all kind of things. Madam Speaker, there are many, many other options out there. Shared ownerships. We can extend the National Housing Development Trust needs to extend its gamut, expand its gamut, to include rentals, to include shared ownership and other programs. Madam Speaker, the minister, I know his heart is in the right place. And I know he met with a brilliant young lady, half Cayman Brackle. Madam Speaker, that young lady is passionate about housing. She has wonderful ideas. She has created a social media site. And she shares her ideas on there. They don't even need to meet with her. They could go on there and read the ideas. She has done her research. She has explained her plight, her struggles, her husband, and her kids, to try and find a home. I know you've appointed her to the board. But she should have been on the committee that you said you were forming to look at housing from a holistic perspective. Madam Speaker, we discussed, you have a brilliant young man in the governor's office by the name of Matthew Hilton who has all of this information. We put together a cross-ministerial committee, and we did a tremendous amount of work prior to COVID. Unfortunately, because of Matthew's skill sets, he had to be pulled away and went into Plan Cayman to assist with the COVID regulations. Travel Cayman, sorry. Madam Speaker, he has the information. We met with private sector, utility companies, construction companies. We spoke to Minister Ebanks's ministry. I think Minister Ebanks may have been involved in the early parts of that. That's at NAU, yes. My co-chair on that committee was the minister from Bordentown East. There were great proposals in there. We talked about empowering Caymanian landowners, Madam Speaker. Empowering Caymanian landowners through, and everybody always talks about most who don't understand why you have to sometimes, and I believe this government can figure it out, can realize they can have to do it in a year or two time too, why you have to give concessions to spur development. And everybody rightfully says, how come only the big developers get it? And that's because they can come in and they can say, here's your ROI government, here's your return on investment. I'm going to spend $25 million, $250 million. You can get back $100 million, $400 million. That's easy. Here's an opportunity to say to Caymanian landowners, I'm going to give you concessions. We can actually walk you through planning. NAU needs, at that time, It was some 70-something units made up between multifamily, single. They also needed assisted living for elderly and semi-assisted living for young people coming out, who turned the age of 18, coming out of the Children and Family Services care. Not quite ready to go into the world yet. They just need some semi-assisted living. Somebody checks in on them in the morning, checks in on them in the evening. We had all the numbers. They're still there. They could be refreshed immediately. And then we wanted to go out to all landowners across Cayman and say to them, what property do you have? What land do you have that you can develop? And how can we help you develop this? You know what? Okay, you have the land, but you don't have the cash. We are going to give you concessions. We are going to provide you with long-term leases that you can take to the bank as collateral. And we don't want all of your units. If you can build 10, we want to put 4 in the NHDT. If you can build 3, we want to give 1 to NAU. You can rent out the other 2. We're going to give you a 10-year lease on 1. That way we achieve 2 things. Primarily 3 things, rather. We assist with the housing crisis. We provide opportunity for our Caymanians to develop their properties if they so wish and enter into the lucrative real estate market. And we fill the needs of NAU for the next 10 years, maybe beyond. That's the kind of thinking we have to talk about when we talk about housing. I said 10-year leases, absolutely. That's the kind of thinking. Social diversification, affordable housing, partnerships with the government, and most importantly, Madam Speaker, in some of these programs I speak about, like shared ownership, etc., the property has to stay within the affordable housing regime pool. Most of the ones we have now, after a certain period of time, are being sold and are no longer considered affordable housing. Just a simple example is the shared ownership with the government, where a Caymanian qualified buys in at 30%. Each year they buy more, they get to 50%. There's an agreement that a percentage of value of the current market price, and you will get that return on investment for your percentage. Then that Caymanian can sell that 50% to another qualified Caymanian homeowner, purchaser, or sell it back to the government for it to continue in the program. That is the kind of stuff I wanted to read in the SPS. That is the kind of solutions I want to hear about. Yeah, they'll even bill them investment too. Madam Speaker, small businesses. Out of 230 items, line, whatever, plans, whatever they are, I saw 1 for small businesses. Everybody knows that that is a passion of mine. I hope, and I know that the minister is an eloquent speaker. I look forward to when budget time comes, because I want to hear the wonderful plans he has for the Center of Business Development. I want to hear how he's going to realize the dreams of those entrepreneurs at the Center for Business Development to finally get to that point and to be able to access funding from the commercial banks or the CIDB or the Agricultural Development Bank, whoever it is, to take their businesses not only to the next level locally, but internationally. Looking forward to hearing that. I didn't read it in here. I didn't see the emphasis on small business. Yes, financial services is important. Yes, tourism is important. But let me tell you all something. The small businesses, small and medium-sized businesses in this country are the crux that are holding those 2 industries up. That is the industry that's circulating money in our local economy. Madam Speaker, small businesses and medium-sized businesses in the Cayman Islands, those young, older Caymanian people down at the Cayman Business Development Center, our Caymanians That is where their dreams are answered. Not everybody is dreaming to be a senior partner or an equity partner. Not everybody is dreaming to be chief medical officer. Not everybody is dreaming to own a restaurant or a hotel. The dreams of our people are in medium and small size businesses, Madam Speaker. Do not let that Center for Business Development go to waste. Again, we talk about looking for things in this SPS that matters to our people, the people that it needs to matter to. The people that it will most affect. The people who are crying at our offices, crying for our help. That is where we want to see stuff in this SPS. My goodness, it's so small I couldn't find it. Madam Speaker, I will close by saying that, like the member from Bordentown West, and like I've said before in this house, I have businesses. I don't hide that. I'm an ambitious person. My family has businesses. We've invested hard in this country. We've given back a lot to this country. I have children. I want to see the country do well, and if the country is going to do well, it means that the government has to do well. Matt Donald, stop serving 10 o'clock here. Madam Speaker, I will close with a poem by William Stanley Braithwaite. It's a long way. It's a long way the sea winds blow over the sea plains blue. But longer far has my heart to go before its dreams come true. It's work we must, and love we must, and do the best we may, and take the hope of dreams and trust to keep us day by day. It's a long way the sea winds blow, but somewhere lies a shore. Thus down the tide of time shall flow my dreams forevermore. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Member for West Bay North.
Don't need that. Madam Speaker, I, at the beginning, had no intention of standing. But to see that the Leader of the Opposition had a special mention of myself, only having a retreat, and something else, Madam Speaker, tomorrow morning I'll be making a statement. But it doesn't surprise me, coming from that side of the House, that they have no idea what's going on. That's part of the course. And they stand there and they say things, and we have to say, oh, it's in the SPS. I remember, and they'll talk about how we didn't do nothing in 2 years. The member from Bordentown West can probably give the figures. You know, he's good with it. How many motions that we passed in here that the government agreed on, and not one of them was ever actioned? So, the government, he brought the motions. They are all voted yes, but they never passed. Ask him. Madam Speaker, he also mentioned something about the Home Affairs and myself. I am still proud that I exposed the double standard that's there for Caymanians and people who come from overseas. I will ever be proud of that. Some people have to go down and stand for something. Madam Speaker, the SPS, like every other SPS, is not perfect. Do we all agree? Does everybody feel that they're getting what they want for their ministry? I don't think so. Everybody wants more. But these people seem to forget that the first 14 or 15 or 16 months we were under COVID, Madam Speaker, that government had 8 years to solve all these problems that they're talking about. I heard them even bring up the $6 minimum wage. That was their baby. And they said that they would explore it the next year, forming a committee. We're still looking for that committee. Kick the bucket down the road, just like the albatross around our neck now is that dump. Because it's been kicked down a year from the time it had the debacle, not my backyard.
The best plan.
It seems as if everybody's expecting this government to solve all the problems that they couldn't solve. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, is one thing about this government. We know and have an idea what's happening. I remember the former Minister of Sports standing over there and saying, I've been reliably informed and I learned my lesson. But what I didn't want to bring it on the air. Off the air, I went and told the minister. They said the oldest cricket pitch in Grand Cayman, the same pitch that the honorable member from Georgetown West mentioned that he went to as a 8 or 9-year-old. My father was the umpire in that match, by the way. And the oldest cricket pitch in this country was tore up to be replaced. And when I asked the member about it, they didn't know. And the story they gave the minister to answer was that they would go through the back gate and go over to the Jimmy Powell Oval and use their practice nets for cricket for West Bay. And I told the minister afterward, when you go through the back gate, which is padlocked, there was about 50 feet of logwood prickles. But forget that, Madam Speaker, because that could be chopped out and moved. There's no practice pitch at the Jimmy Powell Oval. Madam Speaker, at least I know what's happening. At least I'm involved along with the sports. And tomorrow morning, I will give the leader of the opposition, in a statement, he'll know what I've been doing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I apologize.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honourable member for West Bay West.
Madam Speaker, I don't think I've ever did say this much in this House. I don't know if I ever said it, but I didn't intend to speak. But there are a few areas that I want to draw some attention to. Madam Speaker, no two ways about that this country still has good opportunity to do great things, and that we have come a long way. And you can say, and perhaps others will say, well, you had 40 years in here, and so it takes time and things to happen. But, Madam Speaker, it is true. We need to be grateful. That's not to say that there are not areas that we have to do something about. But for those of us in my age group that remembers where we come from, we can say we've come a long way, baby. When I came here, the budget might have been that thick. I'm not saying that we need all the paper that we got now, because I don't believe we do. But we certainly have grown in terms of the things that government is doing, and we certainly have improved in many, many instances over the years. To think that we have over our budgeting for over $1 billion in revenue, and still we know that's not fitting all the wants and needs. And so, Madam Speaker, that's what the budgeting is all about, what people want. The question we must ask ourselves, are we willing to allow the country to grow to the extent that we can fill the revenue for those needs? Madam Speaker, much talk is about traffic. I know, Madam Speaker, that my district has been experiencing good growth in homes and apartments, particularly. And we had a respite for a time, but now we're experiencing traffic. Traffic is coming back again. And there is still loads of development that is happening, loads of it. That, while we want it, it's going to have an impact. Some say we can't tell people that they can't have a vehicle. But I know some hard decisions has to be made, Madam Speaker, and perhaps that's what we're going to have to do. Because we cannot continue to build out and build out. Because if we continue building roads, we don't have no land to build a house. And so, Madam Speaker, what we can't do is to tell Caymanians they can't build and invest in apartments, because that's basically where many Caymanians can invest. We can't be telling Caymanians that. But I just take West Bay, and I know West Bay best. And then we have 2 sets of apartments that are coming up. I think it's about 100 apartments each. And another one, the Northwest Point Road, Turtle Farm Road, that is just completing, and others that are more tourist-oriented, but nevertheless, that's going to cause traffic. That's going to cause vehicles. And so I am hoping and praying that the government will find some meaningful solutions to alleviating that situation. There are some things, Madam Speaker, and I don't think that I need to go into it, because the fact is this is not the budget. I know what people say about debating this and debating this, but it's not the budget. It's the budget where we're supposed to be pulling apart and looking at every vote. That's where we're supposed to be, not this SBS. I'm sorry for those people that think that this is the one to do it on. But it's not. It is not. And I just sat here all day, and I listened, and I thought, well, we would have the Premier give his statement, because the statement's supposed to come with it. And you know the Leader of Opposition says nothing at times, but that he would get up and make some points, and you expect that. But I certainly didn't expect us to be going till 11 o'clock at night. And I don't really think that's what SPS is all about. It is not. It is where we examine the budget, the figures, and what the plans mean to those figures. You have been talk around, and you don't have the figures? No, that's not right. That's not right. Madam Speaker, yes, I want to see some things done. Madam Speaker, and I have I am exiting politics, Madam Speaker. I have 2 years if they don't kill me. 2 years, just about 2 years to go. And I'm exiting politics. I am 68 years old. 5 grandchildren, Madam Speaker, that I have to be concerned about. My eldest is graduating next week, Saturday. Just, my God, where the time has gone. And I want to see our country put right. And we can do it. And this House would fail if we don't take some hard decisions. I know there's always an opposition that wants to gain the power. And there's a government that wants to stay in power. I've been here for 10 terms. I know that. And I watched it about 3 or 4 terms before that. At least 2 terms. So I recognize that's what it's all about. But we do have to be careful too, where we hit it, what we want to do, and the things we pile up and say that we want. Because you can want, and we can want, and we can want, but the realities are, where are we going to get the funds? And so we have to be realistic in our own mind. And that's why, in moving my motions, I am going to be talking about the things that I think we can do. Yes, it will cost some money. Some will cost money, others will not. If you work with whatever private sector, and I know that our colleague, the Minister of Social Development, is trying that. And I know that the Minister of Housing is trying that. And I believe, from what I heard some of it, I thought the Ministry of Education had some programs that work with the private sector. And so that is all good. Now, we can't just buy everything that they want to do, because that will not work. We know the private sector works different from government. But there are things that we can do with them that will make things easier for government. But we have to be willing to do that, Madam Speaker. And those things, I think, might not require so much money, but will require policy decisions. And Madam Speaker, I know that the caucus, and I don't meet with the caucus, but I know that they have long meetings. They need to be a little bit more productive and cut their meeting shorter. Take the hard decision, because that's what you got to do. You got to worry about being elected if you want to be re-elected, because I've been through all that too. But if you stay all night, you're not be good next morning. Might not be good when you get home. So, Madam Speaker, what I'm trying to say, some of the things don't require big expenditures, but require hard policy decisions. That is what I think that is facing the government. Don't worry about the opposition. You have the members to vote. Never mind them saying that you want to pull me over when you need me. I hear my good friend from Georgetown West talking that too, but he forgot that they did the same thing. For me, I'm here to work. And I told them that when I was running, and I was running by myself virtually, if I get elected, whomever that I can work with, I will work for the betterment of the country. I'm always very animated. That's why they say I touch people. Because I am very animated when I talk. Madam Speaker, one of the areas that I know that requires a policy decision, and that is pensions. That is the public pensions, not the public service pension I'm talking about. Madam Speaker, I think what people are getting from the private sector pension schemes are only something like $1,000. And that is simply not good enough today. When we pushed for pensions, and I brought a pension law in, didn't get put in place right away. But when they did get it, we were looking at it and we thought, boy, that's $1,000 for people that are not going to get anything anyway, they will be able to manage. But look at the changes that the world has come about. Look at the cost that has come about because of the pandemic, the one we just faced, is perhaps still going through. And it's so $1,000 is simply not for today's economy, and the government has to sit down with pension holders and let them stop wasting money and losing money. Because that is what is happening. You know how much millions of dollars is lost? Do we hear anything about it? I hear about it. I hear the complaints. But they're losing a lot of money, I guess, from where they are investing. But, Madam Speaker, we can't just sit down and say everything is hunky-dory. We have to make some changes to that situation. We cannot just allow it to continue year after year and we don't do anything because we are scared of what this one and the next one will say. I know how that is. You know what I went through with to get pensions? You know what I went through with to get labor law in this country and to get benefits for the working man? And you have some people writing on social media, they just come here, they just jacked up here. They don't know what people went through with to get things for this country. They don't know. They don't know the fights. They don't know the threats. They don't know the nights that I put my children on the floor, took out the mattress, and put them on the floor because I was threatened to be shot, because I was trying to bring in pensions and labor law, and I was a socialist and a communist. No, they don't know none of that. They bring up all kind of fool things. Talking about I being charged. I would tell them who should be charged. Madam Speaker, labor is a serious situation. And the minister that having now have his hands full. He have two big ministries, only two words, health and labor. But I told them 1 year, I told the governor, don't even darken my office to talk about me taking back health. Don't want it. The cleaner thinks that they're the nurse. The nurse thinks that they're the doctor. The doctor thinks he's the hospital administrator. That's a hard ministry to deal with. Hard ministry to deal with. And yes, added another one. Some of them think they're politicians. No, Madam Speaker, some of these things is not money, it's political will and policy decision. And if we don't leave friend alone, we're not going to get nothing done. Some of the people that opposed me in my terms when I was fighting for those things, they are some of my best friends today, because the truth is, I told them I can go out and do everything and travel to every country and try to bring in revenue. But the day that the poor people in this country can't live here, they are come and take it from you. And most of them have learned that. Most of them have learned that, and some of them appreciate the efforts that I have made in those directions. Madam Speaker, this will cost money. I don't know how much, but I was hoping that the Siemens and the veterans and the elderly was going to get an increase. And I hope that that is still possible by the time they get to the budget. I don't know, but I would hope so, because, Madam Speaker, the truth is, we know what today's economy is. And 900, you can say what you like, go and check it. By the time even though government take off some off the light bill, it is still high. It is still high. And people can manage better. Maybe some of our elderly citizens don't quite get that. But I don't think that $950 is cutting it for them. And I say elderly, I mean our seamen veterans and otherwise. And so I'm hoping, Madam Speaker, that something can be done about that. Madam Speaker, people are hurting, and there are those who can't help themselves in the cost of living. Electricity is high, groceries are high, more added on our loans and insurance. Aha! That's where we need to put our foot down. Madam Speaker, I know how much is added on. And I read, Madam Speaker, Bermuda tell them no. You read it in the media, they say they don't have to pay that kind of increase. Miami is not paying it. They're not paying it. Insurance companies here are making us pay it. And it's going up on the interest. And I don't know what the cost is so much there, but I don't know. And I say that with all sincerity. I don't know what give rise to some of these things that are happening and the additions on our loans. Well, Madam Speaker, when we have a small population, those that don't want us to grow, better mind that they don't, well, let me put it this way, they certainly don't understand the economies of scale. Now, I say that widely because I have to read about it and learn and people to tell me all about it, but we recognize that that more people will cost more because more schools, more this, more that, but yet purchasing power is better, it means more money circulating and government getting more revenue. So on the one hand, you try to do something and it hurts the other side. And that's what happens a lot in government. And so, Madam Speaker, don't fool ourselves. People are in dire straits out there. We know how many people come to us. We know that. I know some of the members here are like myself, maybe all of us, giving and giving and giving. And when you can't give, they accuse you. They accuse you. You better keep your wife in the room with you, because they can accuse you. And I don't know how much more. You have people that in the news media tell them, oh, no, he making thousands of dollars from government. Can you believe that? Them smart people we got out there. They tell them that. The MP is making all kind of money. He can give it to you. It don't work like that, Madam Speaker. We give. I know members that give the church, give the school, give individuals that come, give families and maintain families. Madam Speaker, I've never said this publicly. In my time, I paid off 3 mortgages, 15 years. I was paying that for 3 families, for their house. 15 years. I don't get out there and broadcast to the whole world that I'm giving this and I'm giving that to this individual. Oh, I'll broadly speak as I'm doing now. That's not what it's all about. But I can tell you that we better understand that no matter how good our budget and our figures are, people are hurting. People are hurting. I'm not going to get into the crime factor that they say some of it is because of that, because people are hurting and people need. I'm finding too, Madam Speaker, that some people are being more frugal. There are people who are out there trying to help themselves. They got a little job, and they come, and they 3 of them get together. I can speak of one. Here's one situation. They make sandwiches, corned beef, and tuna fish. It don't cost them much, but they're selling 100, 200 a day at $2, selling them every day. So you figure that those people are trying to help themselves and they're doing good. I know. I know. So, Madam Speaker, we can't just say that all our people are trying to help themselves. There are people that are trying, doing their best to manage, to cut back on things for their children. I know. I see it. Some of them have to come to us quietly and ask, can you help us this month? We, the country, Cayman Islands, has a good future. But there's a lot of things that needs to be done. Not going to get done in 2 years either. That's another thing. Can I get all the things we want done in 2 years? Not going to. That's why Madam Speaker, we have to ask our question. I will end there with all the needs that exist. Where are the funds to come from to pay for those needs? Not so much wants, the needs. And Madam Speaker, we as legislators and members on this side of the House, even if those out there think differently, we have to say, let's be reasonable. Where is the government going to get the money? And can I do this? Madam Speaker, when they were building, the big fad was post offices. $1 million back then. I said, no, I'm not going to do that in West Bay. I see this thing called internet. I see that come in and can be used more and more. I said the present post office in West Bay is an old heritage building. I'm not allowing public works come down and knock that down to build something else. I'm wanting public works to come in and expand on it and keep that building. That building is still there in use today. We spent, I don't think, was $350,000 to expand it. And we have all the facility that we need. Now, Madam Speaker, that's one of the reasons why in asking for a high school for the district, I hope kids are worded my motion so that it's clear. And I don't want to speak about it before I even get it moved. But that's why I'm saying we got to plan it, then we can start to get the money, hopefully next budget. We got to be careful and decide what we're saying. Because we can cuss the premier all we want. I believe that he can go home, cock up his legs, and laugh at us when he wants to. So let's not believe that we can just throw licks and blame, and that's all going to... I can blame him for some. Oh, yeah. He knows that. But, Madam Speaker, we have to be careful in what we want and what the country can actually deliver in cost and in timing. It's not going to take all the things that we want to do, not take loads of money. Take the political will, though. Take the policy decisions. On that, high school, I will say this much. I will ask for a lot because there's a lot needs to be done for that future generation. We do have to put up the best buildings, the best way, with the best mechanisms, and that costs money. I know that. Say no more at this point in time. But I give notice, Madam Speaker, in closing, and I'm not happy with that or the paper that I see. I'm not happy with it because while the business committee of this country can move around things, there is a situation. It's not opposition day. That's not what our standing orders say. Our standing orders say it's private members' business. And the truth is, the government shouldn't even be bringing all them statements that they can take more than half a day to read there. And then by the time they get to us, it's this time of night too. So bear that in mind, Madam Speaker, because you do have some bearing on it as well, Madam Speaker. Look at the standing orders and the precedents. I say, let us give the government the support that they need. Let us work with them. It's the reason why I am over here, and I'm moving. See nothing to move for right now. And let us understand that the SPS are budget plans. It's not a budget. It's what they believe that can be had and done and paid for. And hopefully the government is right. Not always. Many governments has budgeted and don't meet the budget. That's why you go in deficit. So let's not talk about you're disappointed. Are you disappointed going on government? When you're in the government, you'll probably be doing the same thing. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak?
Not stand there, Madam Speaker. We're going at 11 o'clock.
Your mic is still on. Does any other member wish to speak?
Yeah, well, you don't get Brian.
The Honourable Minister for Tourism and Port.
Madam Speaker, I do want to address some things that have been said here tonight in response to what our government, no, excuse me, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to add some contribution, and I'm not sure whether it's your will, considering the hour of night of 11 p.m., whether you want to continue on, because as per the standing orders, allowance of 2 hours, I can't say that I'm not going to take all of it. So it is. I just want to give that notice before I get started.
I should have known that when I saw you rise, that we'd be here till tomorrow morning. With that being said, I think this is probably a good time for us to take. Oh, okay. That's fine with me. I just need a cup of coffee. I'll ask the member to continue with his debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must say that I'm going to try my endeavor best not to be too. No, I'm going to be as long as I need to be. But I'm going to try my best not to be argumentative in any particular way, because I don't think that the opposition, besides a few points here and there, went too hard. They tried to do a little bit of their politics, which is expected. Starting with the former leader, a member for Red Bay, which is his common practice with the doom and gloom story. It's a strategy that he's well known for, Madam Speaker. You put fear in the hearts of the people, and then after you put the fear of this chaos comes along, you follow it up by saying you need to do some more things that's causing the chaos in the first place. And let the need and want to cause the chaos to develop. And what I mean by that, Madam Speaker, is the former leader spoke about how tight the projections of the SPS has been presented, and the figures as per our legal obligations over the next 3 years. And yes, Madam Speaker, it is very close to our legal obligations of reasonable and responsible financial management. But it has met the mark. And the reason why it's close, Madam Speaker, because like every single other country in the world, they've had to deal with the most difficult economic crisis that we've ever seen. So it's expected to be close. We're not taxing the people. We're trying to get the revenues back to where they were while the global economy levels out to back to some normalcy. But what he then does after that, Madam Speaker, is he says, you need to increase more spending on this, increase more spending on that, to add to what he's presented to be the problem in the first place. And I just say that, Madam Speaker, not to get in any argument, because I'm growing up, you know, I stand to learn not to fight so much and let the words speak for themselves. I just want the listening audience, Madam Speaker, the people that we represent, to be mindful of that game. Because if you're going to say that the government of the day is presenting a financial crisis projection, why would you then say right afterwards, increase the spending some more? What political games are you playing with the minds of the people? Madam Speaker, so I'm not surprised by that. But I must say that there is a couple of things that I agree with them on. We have outlined a large number of things that we intend to address. We will closely assess the financial realities as we get closer to the budget and decide by way of priority, after much discussions with the people that we represent, including those on the opposite side, because this government represents every single person in this country. And we'll go through what we have outlined as to the feedback we've gotten from the people to say these are the areas that we heard from you that we think are focus points. And when the budget and its actuals start to present themselves and we are more certain with those numbers, we will start to list from the top of that list straight down to the bottom and put them in priority. And if the finances of this country present itself in the projections that are predicted or off by a large margin, we'll make adjustments. That's what responsible governments do. Again, you've heard the definition of the SPS is a ballpark suggestion of what we are planning to do by way of our focus points, our interests, our capital projects, and so forth. And Madam Speaker, by all means, there's no absolute concrete suggestion that these exact things have to be done or these exact figures will be as they are. And Madam Speaker, I am so grateful to the last contributor to this debate, the Honourable Member from West Bay West, and his discussion that as we outline the SPS and say the things that we're going to try to do to resolve the issues for the country, we highlighted the fact that there's a lot of things that we can do without spending one single dollar. So when the presentation of 200 and odd things that need to be done, that yes, we have highlighted by each one of us, given our contribution as to the things we heard from you, the people, that we want to resolve, not every one of them have a price tag, Madam Speaker. It's not going to cost us no money in the budget to increase the minimum wage. It's not going to cost us no money in the budget to reform the immigration policy and the point system to give back some more protections to Caymanians. There's not going to be any costing in having negotiations to reconsider some of the treaties that we're obligated to that cost us money, Madam Speaker. So Madam Speaker, I say that to temper the expectations or the light upon which those opposite me that are trying to present that everything in here with the amount of things that we were trying to do, that every single one of them going to cost $5 million, because that's not the case. Now, Madam Speaker, I heard them say, but it's too much. And I think most of them said that, you know, they agree with all of the things. Well, none of them would dare say which one they want to cut, because they know they all need to be done. Now, is there something wrong with us aspiring to want to solve all of these issues? Nobody is not going to dispute that. But it just shows how many things were left behind for us to fix. It also shows that, and we must accept, Madam Speaker, we had to spend a lot of our reserves to get through the hard times. That's why the reserves for the 90 days is so tight. Because a lot of the money that we had saved, and that includes from the hard work that the members on the opposite side and some members of this side did in the past administration and the administration before that. It also contributes to when the honorable member from West Bay West created the infrastructure and the systems of financial services and so forth, that we are in this situation that we could have afforded to make sure that every civil servant had a salary throughout the pandemic, when other countries were letting go and firing people. We were able, along with them in the first half, to spend 15, was it 15? I think it was 7 million per month. That money came from somewhere when we had no revenue coming in. So it's understandable, Madam Speaker, that our piggy bank would be depleted. Now, unless we are supposed to say that, oh, we're not going to do anything at all, and we're just going to start saving, if that's what they would have done, unfortunately, this administration does not agree with that. Yes, we will pay very close attention to our spending habits over the next 2 years, while at the same time pushing very hard to strengthen our economy and increase our revenues even more than we've already done in the last 2 years. But we cannot say that we're not going to try to do these things. Madam Speaker, one of the areas upon which I know the people want us to focus on, and it definitely trickles back to all of the problems that we're having today, and that is immigration. And Madam Speaker, in our last broad outcome of the last one of the main broad outcomes, number 5, it talks about protecting and promoting Caymanian culture. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, I want to read it. Identity. That's it. Thank you, Premier. Because, Madam Speaker, if there's anything that is the top of the list for the people of this country today, is the feeling that they will be obsolete in a couple years, if not decades from now. And Madam Speaker, as much as the other 4 are very important, as the representative for Georgetown Central and the Greater Cayman Islands, I will be pushing very hard with my colleagues that we hammer down heavy on this area of broad outcome 5 that says protect and promote Caymanian culture, heritage, and identity. So, Madam Speaker, how do we do that? Madam Speaker, we talked about immigration, and the thing that we've already started the ball rolling with, at least I have, and I think my colleagues support this approach, even though we haven't made a full specific policy on it yet, is discussions with our new governor. And I'm happy to say I've had some very good positive conversations so far, whereby I've even asked for the discussion of opening the door on reform or our obligations as an overseas territory to some of these treaties and international obligations that have gotten us in some of the messes that we're in. Madam Speaker, I'm going to give you 2 examples this evening. Madam Speaker, we are currently spending, let me just double check the figures, Madam Speaker. We're currently spending the cost to government of $1,300 per person for the Cuban nationals that came here to apply for asylum, which equates to a total of $11,000 per person for the time that they've been here for a year. And that's excluding the cost of travel either between here and Cayman Brac, all the paperwork associated with it, travel back to repatriate to Cuba. And we had to do a supplementary, and this wasn't for the full year. It was just for a part of last year, $2.9 million per year. Now, why do we have to do that? Why? Because we're obligated under law, because of our British Overseas Territory relationship, one that we all appreciate very much, Madam Speaker, but it is obligations that we had to adhere to, which comes with cost. Cost that the taxpayers have to pay for. And Madam Speaker, the governor of the Cayman Islands, Her Excellency, is the person who would be responsible for discussions with the Secretary of State about what our obligations are. Now, by no means am I saying that it is an easy task to get out of those obligations. No, no, no. But it's difficult, Madam Speaker, to sit here today bearing the cost of these obligations when I see our mother country making legislative changes in their own parliament. So that's an example of some of the things that we need to change. Secondly, Madam Speaker, we have been talking about the reform to our immigration system to protect Caymanians, because I think we all would agree that the rate of us approving Caymanians is just going way too fast. And with that rate and that number of Caymanians being granted status, or persons being granted status to become Caymanian, so does the cost of taking care of the services needed for them. Once you become a Caymanian, your children get to go to school. When you retire, if you not got enough money in your pension, you can go to NAU. God forbid you lose your job, you can go to NAU. You know how much money we spend on NAU per year? And it's only increasing. Caymanians, how do I say that? Grassroots Caymanians are not making babies enough to justify the growth rate. So you know it's not your indigenous Caymanians. We're talking about stuff in the SBS like a new school. I don't know if we are in the process of doing an analysis, but I'm definitely going to ask our government to make this analysis, because at this rate, in 5 years from now, we're going to have to build 4 schools. And I didn't say primary schools either. And if the cost of the last one is any example what was that, $100 and something million for the last one? Talking about money problems. Huh? $83 million. We're going to have some serious expenses coming up because the Constitution also obligates us to educate every Caymanian child. One that we're happy to do, Madam Speaker. Don't get me wrong. I think every member of this Parliament is happy to educate our children. That's something that gets us up in the morning, is to know that we are in a financial position that we can afford the children of this country a free education, a free opportunity to have a good mind to survive in this world today. But it comes with cost. Madam Speaker, some of the other costs that come along with the immigration system that we have is the battle that we keep on adding to the competition of business. Madam Speaker, there's a reason why the laws say that you have to have a Cayman partner to do business. The reason it's there is to protect Caymanians in the economy that belongs to them. And Madam Speaker, if me and 10 people are competing in a business area, and in 5 years from now, there's 50 people, that means my competition has increased by 400%. And those types of things is what immigration is causing problems for our people with. Because they're having more and more competition every year because we're so free with this policy of residency and practically the runway to status. Now, Madam Speaker, you may ask why I'm bringing this up. I think in the scope of the debate you realize, this committee understands them tying immigration to the things that affect the country and the policies that we need to fix that don't cost money, that can have a positive effect on the people that we represent. Now, getting back to the immigration, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, one second, Madam Speaker. Premier, this Honorable House awards me 2 hours, sir, and I'm going to use as much as I need to represent the people of this country. Madam Speaker, I was talking about immigration and the negative effects that it has on our people. And I lost my frame of thought because a colleague of mine was giving me an indication. But immigration, the reason why I'm bringing it up, Madam Speaker, is I recently learned that the decision just some 2009, I think it was, not 2009, 2000, yes, 2009, when we reformed the rollover policy to allow persons after living in the Cayman Islands for 7 years, they'd be able to apply for permanent residency. And within that system, once you get permanent residency, there's practically nothing that really ever stops you from getting status. And Madam Speaker, the basis, and I think the Cayman listening public would remember this, those who are focused on immigration, the basis of that argument was on advice that was given to the committee that created the policy that persons coming to the Cayman Islands could be seen to have the right based on international obligations if they were in the Cayman Islands for at least 10 years. Madam Speaker, to my surprise, I found out today that that legal advice didn't come from the entity responsible for advising the elected arm, which is the Attorney General's office. Come to find out that that advice came from private sector. Oh, if I wish I knew that from a long time ago. Because if the Attorney General, who is the legal advisor not only to the government, but also to the governor of the country, is in disagreement of the principal reason why we created a policy that has effectively increased our population tenfold and causing us the problems that we have today by way of demand for housing, by way of competition for people who are in business. I would have fought that fight a long time ago. And Madam Speaker, if there is a potential chance that we can change our immigration system whereby people can be awarded the opportunity to live in this country and work and contribute to, don't get me wrong, Madam Speaker, we want people to come and partake in our economy, but not at the expense of you taking what is rightfully Caymanians. And I get to the political side of that yet, but I will shortly. So, Madam Speaker, I'm hoping that we can review the legal obligation and change the point system altogether, whereby persons can come here, and after a period of time, you show your commitment to be here. You can say, okay, after 7 years, we'll give you a long-term residency with no obligations to status at all. Just a commitment that you can be here. Because if the reason of our international obligations I go back to, again, does not award you that right, and that legal advice was not supported by the entity upon which legally advises us, then the foundation of our immigration system is flawed altogether. And it's the one thing that most Caymanians talk about today. But in the interim, Madam Speaker, while we talk about that, this government is committed to the reform through the Minister of Border Control and Labor that has the worst effect on Caymanians at this particular point, outside of granting the status itself, which is that of the points for buying property and buying houses. Madam Speaker, I'm going to take this honorable House and the listening audience back to 2013 during my election. Of my first, no, my apologies, Madam Speaker, the 2017 election. When I said publicly, with a stroke of one pen and one signature, the government before that caused hundreds of Caymanians to be foreclosed on. And it was the main basis of my campaign. Because when Caymanians were coming out of a recession, the recession was in 2019, the then progressive government changed the policy to allow the rollover policy, to allow the rollover and the point system, upon which, in that point system, the biggest thing you can get by way of points is buying property and land. And we were just coming out of a recession when most Caymanians weren't back to work fully, and if they were back to work, they were so backed up in mortgages, they were just trying to pay them off. But the banks did not have enough demand on the houses to come and foreclose, because if there's nobody to buy the house, they're not going to foreclose on you, Madam Speaker. And one stroke of that immigration policy caused so many Caymanians to lose their homes. And Madam Speaker, let this be a warning today, because I believe that same thing is around the corner. And we, as a government, better be mindful of it. Madam Speaker, that same policy and that same demand of having, remember now, we have a population of 72,000, and I think only 50% of that is Caymanians. So potentially, half of that is currently looking, or could potentially say, I want a home so I can get the points so I can stay here forever. Because we all know, Madam Speaker, that many people that come here don't ever want to leave. And I don't blame them. Cayman is the best place in the world. But, Madam Speaker, that demand on housing is what has increased the cost of housing, not only the cost of the materials and the global economy, demand, supply and demand is imperative to any cost. Let me say that again. Supply and demand is imperative to any cost. If you have 10 houses and only 5 people and you only have 5 buyers, those 10 people are going to compete against each other to try to get their places sold, and they're going to compete the prices down. If you have 10 houses with 20 buyers, the buyers are going to negotiate more money on each house, and the house price is going to go up. That's the significance of our immigration policy and what's causing Caymanians today not to be able to afford a home. So, Madam Speaker, when you hear the Honorable Minister of Roads talk about the importance of roads, it's because we can deal with that supply and demand equation. Madam Speaker, I know that the discussion about the East-West Arterial is a very sensitive one for many. But, Madam Speaker, it's quite simple for me. Because whatever it takes to allow Caymanians to have a roof over their head is the #1 priority. Everything else is secondary. Because if human life isn't more important than everything else, then I don't know why I'm in this job. And, Madam Speaker, that road is essential to the equation of supply and demand. There's only so much land that is available with access to a road. With this road, we will open up the avenue of thousands of acres, which will flood the market with more land available for Caymanians to buy. If you flood the market, the price value goes down. And Caymanians can then be within the reach of being able to afford a piece of property. Now, Madam Speaker, I just talked about the sensitivities of this road because of the environment and the ecosystem upon which it is designed and planned for. Madam Speaker, the world is advanced enough today that we can find an equal balance, that the road can go through, that we can still protect our environment. And this talk about, like the member have highlighted earlier, suggesting that I said and the former Deputy Premier said that we're going through the wetlands. We never did say such a thing. But I know politics will be played. And if the road had to go through an area that was sensitive, there is examples across the world where you can go through sensitive areas and have it built in a certain way where it does not negatively affect, at least the minimal effect on those areas. But I'm certain, Madam Speaker, that the minister is conscious, because of the type of government that he is a part of, that we will get this road done in a sustainable way. But the road has to be built. How can we address the traffic issues of this country? How can we diversify the issues and jobs in this country if we don't have another location to take them to? We constantly are approving major building structures on the west side of the country, and then we wonder why we have traffic. And no major business or development is going to happen in the eastern districts when you have basically a side road that leads up to the eastern side of the island. The East-West Arterial is essential to home ownership, essential to diversification of the economy, diversification of tourism, and just common sense from a safety perspective, as we see one accident on the road and you can't move. One hurricane and you can't get to somebody who may be dying on the other side because the road is blocked off. So, Madam Speaker, when we talk about priorities, it will be a serious discussion with this administration as to where the East-West Arterial lands on that priority list. Madam Speaker, I went from housing, from immigration to housing to roads, but they're all connected. And Madam Speaker, my point is that there is plenty of things that we can do without spending one penny that the people are asking us to deal with right now, and that we are going to do, that deals with policy. Even if we had no money at all, we could come to this parliament and change legislation. We can change the regulations. Now, sometimes we have to wait on the proper reports. And I know some people are not happy to hear about reports and reports and reports and reports. But we have to make sure that when we make the decision, we understand the data and the effects of it afterwards. For example, Madam Speaker, the minimum wage. I am exhausted with the amount of calls and queries. Minister, what happening with the minimum wage? What happening with the minimum wage? What happening with the minimum wage? And as you can remember, Madam Speaker, my good colleague, the member from Bontown West, was in charge of labor. And you can ask him how annoying I was about it. But we're waiting on the minimum wage committee to come up with an answer as to what is a good suggested figure, because we can't just pluck it out of the air. But we have to move a little faster. Otherwise, the opposition will be right. We need to start approving things that are more direct effect on the average Caymanian. And I believe, Madam Speaker, any legislation that gives more protections for Caymanians, the public will appreciate it. Because our economy is strong. Caymanians can find work. Now, there's a small percentage who sometimes you question whether they really want work or not. But if they want it, they can find it, and we will fight for them. Because the business community know that this administration don't play when it comes to our people. So if you put the fight in and you show that you want it, we will be there for you and get it. But what the people want more than building structures or dumps or roads is the protection of their identity. And we can do it by way of immigration. We can do it by way of protecting our environment. Why is it that every time I go to the beach, I see somebody who I know don't even have residency fishing in my waters, where I can't take my daughter Renee or Sienna to even catch a grunt because they fish out our waters, but we're being told that we can't stop others from fishing? Well, that's what the people want to hear from us. They want to hear about protections for them, because if we don't protect them now, we're going to lose it. Madam Speaker, I'm going to tell you how we're going to lose it. Madam Speaker, there's some things that have happened in this country in the last 2 decades that I know that our forefathers, if they were able to know what was going on, they would turn around in their grave, because it's not a part of who we are as a people. But that inside influence, or the abundance of that influence on our society, has changed our identity, our culture, and even the way we think. We are already challenged dealing with entertainment and technology and influences through TV and music every day on our children. You know when it's going to hurt the most? When we realize that we're not making enough indigenous Caymanians, and that we're giving away so much work permits, that the people who get elected in this parliament will be a totally different mindset than the people that were born and built this society. And that's when they have the stroke of the pen. And that's when they come in and say, hey, well, I don't mind a transgender person teaching education to our kids. That's what's going to happen, Madam Speaker. That's why the immigration policy and the protection of our people is paramount than building any building, and it don't cost us 1 cent. Madam Speaker, the people want to be protected. I'm going to start wrapping up by highlighting something. Madam Speaker. We are a government that focuses heavily on sustainability. Madam Speaker, but unfortunately, I believe there's a misunderstanding as to what sustainability means. Because I think that we have to add to the definition of sustainability moving forward. I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. And I take full responsibility for not catching it before. But sustainability, Madam Speaker, don't only talk about the environment. The definition of sustainability, Madam Speaker, is the ability to maintain or support a process over time. It doesn't say the environmental process. But I'm going to take it one little step further. In 1987, the United Nations Broad Land Commission defined sustainability as, and I quote, meeting the needs of the present without compromising the ability of the future generations to meet their own needs. Sustainability is often broken down into three core subjects and the three pillars, three core concepts. My apologies, Madam Speaker. And the three pillars are environmental, and I'm sure we got that covered because we have the most environmentally protective premier this country has ever seen. So I can promise you, those who are worried about that, you got a fighter, you got a champion in this government, and he's at the head. So I'm not worried about that. The other two areas of sustainability is economic and social. I think the honorable member from West Bay West covered the economic, and even some of the members from opposition highlighted the importance of the economic sustainability and ability to provide for our country. But I want to get into the social, because social is the part that I think that we have failed to identify, that the people are calling for us to focus on. It's their identity, and we have committed to that in this document. So the issues and the policies that we are going to have to deliver over the next 2 years needs to focus on this area. Let me read, Madam Speaker. Social sustainability is about making sure that communities and societies can thrive and continue to exist. Madam Speaker, let me read that one more time. Communities and societies can thrive and continue to exist. And right now, today, if you ask your Caymanians that you and I know that voted for us, they believe that they will not be in existence in the near future because of our immigration policies. And they deserve to be protected. And I'm going to tell you this, Madam Speaker. I am an independent member of the PAC administration. If we are not committed to this area, Houston, we have a problem. I will add no more to that. It focuses on improving people's quality of life, fostering strong relationships, and ensuring that everyone has the chance to fulfill their potential. Now, how can a Caymanian fulfill their potential to buy a home when every time there's constantly somebody who's trying to get into Cayman, putting pressure on the real estate market to bring the prices out of their reach? How can they reach their full potential when the banks are not giving them the loans that they need? Madam Speaker, no matter what money you put in this SPS, if you don't protect the Caymanians from being Caymanian, from ownership of this ship that we are steering, dog eat our supper. No, forget that. Dog not going to eat our supper, you know, because we're going to be well gone It's our grandchildren that will be in a world that they don't even know. Or maybe they may be in a world that they know, because they won't probably even know what Caymanian is. At least the Caymanian of today or of yesterday won't be the same Cayman of tomorrow. Because the same cultural things that we did, like say, I'm going to tell you one little thing that come in, and this one going to be controversial. I promise you this. When the numbers get so big that they tell you you can't eat turtle meat no more, because that coming. And many people who came out in today who go, oh my God, I can't believe you eat turtle. That beautiful little green-finned animal. Oh my God. Let me tell you something, Madam Speaker, as funny as it may be, it's a reality, it's coming. You know how I know? Because I'm the Minister for Turtle Farm. I am now the one who gets the emails and the comments about, oh my God, your nationality eats turtles? You know that in some countries they protect cows, they worship them, but we eat cows too. When our forefathers were being eaten by mosquitoes, sunburnt to the crisp, trying to get turtle meat to build what we are in here today, they don't know that story, you see. Madam Speaker, if we do not protect our Caymanian identity, no matter how much billions you build, no matter how many dumps you fix, no matter how many roads you build or you make, it's not going to be relevant, because it's not going to be Cayman. It's going to be something else, but it's not going to be Cayman. And I be honest with you, Madam Speaker, if we did nothing else in the rest of this administration, if we did nothing else in the rest of this administration, is to reform our immigration system to protect our people from existence. My apologies, Madam Speaker. 1 second. I had to check my dictionary, Madam Speaker, because the Premier always corrects me whenever I go wrong in my pronunciation. From extinction is what I meant, not existence.
You had me worried.
Madam Speaker, I want to just finish off by addressing some of the comments. I've done my personal part. I'm glad to see that the Progressives will be supporting the Central Scranton Park as per their representative from Red Bay. And this concept of nothing for the small man in our SPS, I think, is an unfair statement, and time will show our commitment. And I'm glad that some discussions about pension has come up as well, because, Madam Speaker, I do believe that we need to take a proper look at our pension structure, particularly in these times of interest rates, and I'm happy that my colleagues will be in support of increasing the withdrawal of our pension, private pensions that is, to pay off mortgages from the current amount of $35,000 to $50,000, which means a married couple can withdraw up to $100,000 to pay off mortgage of their home, their family dwelling home. That means a lot. I want to say thank you so much to the former Minister of Tourism. He practically gave me full praise of the hard work I've been doing over the last 2 years and what this government has been doing for tourism. And I appreciate that. And you see, Madam Speaker, that shows that there can be maturity in politics, because the honourable member never gets the politics in the way. I think he was a little bit off by the whole 56%, not recognizing that was for 2022 when we were still locked down. But I think it was an honest mistake based on data that was given to him. But everything else he talked about, he supported. Madam Speaker, I am going to close on something that saddens me. It saddens me, but I'm not going to make a big deal out of it. I was going to, but I chose not to. And it has to do with the leader of the opposition. You see, Madam Speaker, forgive me. Madam Speaker, I sat and listened to the leader of opposition talk about the region project. And the information that I know, I said to myself, imagine that. Imagine that. Not following the standing orders at all. Madam Speaker, let me turn your attention to page 47 of the standing orders. Section 83. It says, a member shall not move any motion or amendment relating to a matter in which that member has direct pecuniary interest, or speak on such matter, whether in-house or in committee, without disclosing the nature of that interest, and shall in no circumstances vote on any such matter. Madam Speaker, we're going to get to it. I recall, and this part made me cry. It really hurt me. Madam Speaker, when I got into politics, I gave my commitment to the people of this country. And I had to reshuffle my life so I can balance the commitment to the people at the same time as the commitment to my children. Madam Speaker, my wife decided to change her career, a very good one, in financial services, getting paid good money. She actually used to work with the Honorable Premier back in the day. And because of my commitment to the people and my limited time, my wife decided to say, I'll change careers into something that gives more flexibility. So my wife decided to go into real estate. And Madam Speaker, you would recall that the Honorable Leader of Opposition, when my wife starting off in real estate, trying her best to start where I was covering all the bills for almost a year, getting out to just get her name out there to say, consider me. And I was out doing what a husband should be doing, is being there for the one that they're in partnership with. And then he makes politics get the best of him. How disappointed he was. And let me read some of the comments. Egregious conduct by the member. Forgive me, Madam Speaker, I'm just reading from an article that was posted. He further said that Brian, a member of Parliament and a cabinet, has sworn to the oath to serve the people of the Cayman Islands and put the country's interests first before his own. Talks about our code of conducts and the mere principle of it even being perceived as influence. Now, forgive me for being naive and young and green to think that helping my wife give out flyers was so terrible and that the whole world would think that I'm interfering or telling people me giving my wife, helping my wife with flyers is that there's influence in the society. But okay, that's no problem. If it's perceived that way, my leader and myself sat down and said, in the role that you play now, perception matters. Just the mere perception, not the reality, Madam Speaker. Just the mere perception, where I had to apologize to the world as if to say that I feel bad for helping my wife give out flyers to feed my children, Madam Speaker. But yet still, this member can sit here and talk for 20 minutes about the region project and why this government needs to do it, but he won't declare his interests as per the standing orders, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm not going to go any further. I'll allow him to tell the country his interests because I'm not going to be petty. It disappoints me.
Honorable member for Georgetown North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the members took a line that he says that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition had a pecuniary interest in the ISWIMS project. I think he needs to say what that is, Madam Speaker. He can't just leave an open-ended accusation.
Madam Speaker, it is my understanding that the Leader of Opposition's wife works for the company upon which has been awarded the contract for the Regen project. Now, very similar circumstances, don't you think? Not saying that he can't talk because he has an obligation as the Leader of Opposition to represent the country, but the standing orders were quite clear. Just declare it so the people understand and they can draw their own conclusions. You understand? I never hide that that was my wife and I was giving out flyers for her, but nobody knows, and the standing orders obligates him to do that. Madam Speaker, you know what? It's not like I want anything to be done, you know. I'm just saying, how far can we take politics to be so silly? To the point whereby you see a husband trying to provide for his family that you're going to be taking up politics to go that's silly? Madam Speaker, we got to put our priorities right because you never know when it can come back and bite you. Madam Speaker, that's my contribution.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Before we continue with the debate, I will just take a 5-minute suspension. You may be seated. Proceedings are now resumed. The Honorable Premier to exercise his right of reply.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Madam Speaker, I thought in the early part of the debate, after the Leader of the Opposition spoke, that he labored so much in trying to find a way to address the SPS issues that there would be no real debate on the SPS from that side, except perhaps from the member for Bordentown West, who actually did get into the SPS details. Madam Speaker, firstly, there was the comment made in relation to tabling the SPS on the same day in which it's debated and voted on. Madam Speaker, the implication was that there was some unfairness with this and something unreasonable about it, which prevented the opposition from the opportunity to review it properly and do their job. Madam Speaker, I just want to note for the record that the SPS that was tabled for 2017 was on the 23rd of August 2017. That would have been the first SPS for the administration following the election in 2017, which would have been the opposition members primarily. Madam Speaker, that SPS was debated and voted on the same day, on 23rd of August 2017. And it was tabled on the same day without the then opposition having the opportunity to review it in any detail. Similarly, Madam Speaker, the following SPS that was done on the 12th of April 2019 was tabled that day, debated that day, and voted on that day. Madam Speaker, the same thing, of course, happened with this government's tabling of our SPS, the first SPS on the 14th of July, 2021. So I just wanted to address the question and the implication that there was something unfair or unreasonable in relation to tabling this SPS. Madam Speaker, we went to great efforts with this particular SPS to take the approach of actually following what is contemplated in the Public Management and Finance Act
which is that you put the policy statements up front. That's why they call it the strategic policy statement, Madam Speaker. So the policy should be set out in detail up front, and then the financing, and as well as the macroeconomic environment and the local economic environment, which is relevant. And then the financing details would follow. This, Madam Speaker, is a document that has been done in a different way, in a different style, and one which we feel provides the opportunity for the public to follow this much more clearly and understand exactly what is happening with this SPS and the rationale for it, which is that it is a policy tool to help to manage the strategic development of the eventual budget for the next period. So, Madam Speaker, to complain that they haven't had it long enough, and then there was also references on several occasions that the, how many pages it is? 91-page document was so small they couldn't find it. I'm sure it compared favorably, if not better, with other SPSs. So the attempts to suggest that this particular SPS was somehow deficient is really laughable. Madam Speaker, I want to say that in terms of the comments from the member from Bodden Town West, his concerns around the revenue projections, the concerns around costs, I have no quibble with that. Those are legitimate concerns to express. But of course, Madam Speaker, without having had the benefit of sitting around the table, working with the team, and understanding where the projections come from in particular. Right. Just noting, Madam Speaker, that the 2017 SPS that I referred to earlier as being tabled on the 23rd of August and debated on the 23rd of August was only 57 pages, whereas this one is 91. Madam Speaker, all the same, this one makes a much better read, easier to follow, and that's the whole point of it, despite the fact that it has a few more, maybe more than a few more pages. But Madam Speaker, the point that I was making was that the question around the projections is difficult to follow and understand without being around the table and understanding how we arrived at the projections for revenue and how we arrived at the projected expenditures. Madam Speaker, a great deal of effort was put into assessing and analyzing what the revenue numbers should be. And I just want to go into quite a bit of detail on this because it is fair to raise the question around the revenue numbers and the projections for expenses. But other members on the other side went further, indicating that, or proclaiming, Madam Speaker, that they didn't believe the numbers and that there was something really wrong. Madam Speaker,
as I was saying, a lot of effort was put into working out and coming up with a forecast for the revenue numbers. Madam Speaker, at this point, we're past the quarter-way mark for the year. Government revenue numbers are, I won't give you specifics, but I will say government's revenue numbers are actually ahead of last year's revenue numbers, which were already at 1.02 billion. So there is certainly, to this point, a clear rationale for thinking that the revenue numbers, as forecast, could be reasonably reliable. Madam Speaker, we all know and we all understand that anything can happen. A storm, another invasion of another country, God forbid another pandemic type of situation. Anything can happen, Madam Speaker. Any geopolitical tensions, any market failures, lots of things could happen which impact the outcomes. We all understand that, and nobody expects us to have a crystal ball. But these are reasonable projections, Madam Speaker, and they reflect, on the expenditure side, they reflect an attempt to keep our expenditure under control. We are not spending initially beyond what we spent last year. That is the baseline for this year. It does increase slightly for 24, and then 25 and 26. And 26, it goes up to $1 billion, just over $1 billion in expenditure. But Madam Speaker, as I have outlined, these are reasonable forecasts, subject to all the usual qualifications on the revenue side and the expenditure side. And we have demonstrated compliance with the principles of responsible financial management, compliance with the framework for fiscal responsibility, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member from Red Bay spent quite a bit of time talking about the issue of compliance with the required ratios and numbers. Madam Speaker, what I wasn't quite sure about was the leader of the opposition was saying that we absolutely must do the Regen project. And I have indicated my views on that. I think that it is something that we have to move forward with. But, Madam Speaker, the member from Red Bay then followed up suggesting that the impacts of a project like that, along with all the other expenditures that we are proposing to try to help people in a modest way, in a reasonable way, somehow threw this SPS into doubt, through its accuracy into doubt, suggesting that he didn't believe the numbers and this was a problem. Madam Speaker, I just want to touch on a couple of the points that he focused on. One was the debt service or debt servicing ratio. He did correctly note that for the years starting in this year, 23, going to 24 and 25 and 26, the debt service ratio percentage is just under the 10% limit. So for 2023, it's 9.9%, 2024, 9.9%, 2024, 9.5%, 2025, 26, 8.2%, sorry. 24, I can't see, 24, 9.5%, 25, 8.2%, and 26, 9.9%. So why is that happening, Madam Speaker? Well, Madam Speaker, that is happening because the government chose to employ a mechanism to allow the investment in 26 of $75 million to pay back or prepay some of the debt under this project to save the country money over the 25-year period of the project, the life of the project, Madam Speaker. There is a rate of return, an internal rate of return against which interest is paid on the construction cost. So if we prepay it, we're saving ourselves money in the long run. Madam Speaker, if we were to simply make a $75 million payment in 2026, which is when it's expected to be done, we would not be in compliance with the debt servicing ratio. That would be in excess of 15% then. It wouldn't be the first time that the government would have temporarily breached the debt service ratio. It happened as a matter of course in 2019 under the previous administration when they refinanced. They paid off half of the then outstanding bullet bond of $319 million, I think it was, and refinanced the balance. That triggered a significant jump in the debt servicing ratio. Something close to 80%, I think it was. But, Madam Speaker, we did not want to reflect a breach of the debt servicing ratio. So the way we address this is by putting aside 20 million, I think it is, in 23, and then 15 million and 20 million and 25 million, I think it is. I don't know, I can't remember exactly what the numbers are. But that is what allowed us to remain below the 10%, so we did not breach the debt servicing ratio. And that's a projection, Madam Speaker. Here is the reality, Madam Speaker. If we were down the road and we felt that we were having a budget issue, we have the ability to not inject the total amount. The original proposal was to inject 20 million. That was what was originally contemplated. This proposal that we have is to inject $75 million in order to save the country money. But if we need those funds for some reason, I'm sure that we could not inject that or utilize the funds that we're withholding over these periods, these years. So there is not a significant risk in following this kind of methodology to ensure that for the debt servicing ratio, we are okay. And Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition himself actually said that he was happy to see that we were taking that approach, because he was going to suggest to us that that's the approach that should be taken. So if he's suggesting that's the approach we should be taking, it's really interesting that the member from Red Bay is having a fit over the fact that it's just below the 10%, but not in breach of it. That's what his leader says he would have suggested to us to do. So, Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition, Honourable Leader of the Opposition. De facto. That's what you're saying? Madam Speaker, the other element in particular that the member from Red Bay was casting significant doubt on and expressing concern was the net debt ratio, where he noted that it would go up to 70% in 2026. Madam Speaker, I think during his contribution he was mistakenly considering that that was a percentage of debt to GDP, which, if that was the case, I don't think this would be reflected in this SPS at all. Madam Speaker, it's a percentage of revenue, debt as a percentage of revenue. Now, what's really important is when you see 70% for 2026, the first question you should ask is, well, what happens the year after? What happens because the payment is being made in 2026? What would happen based on the forecast the following year? The answer to that, Madam Speaker, is that the following year, it goes down to the net debt percentage goes down to 52%. And the following year after that, unless there was some sort of borrowing, the following year after that, it would go down again. So, Madam Speaker, I do not accept the view that what we have reflected here in this SPS with these projected levels of revenue and expenditure and projected surpluses over that period of time is anything that anybody should express concern about, anybody should cast doubt upon, anybody should ridicule or suggest. It just can't be right. He can say he don't believe the numbers, but the numbers are not unreasonable. His own leader has said that kind of mechanism to get that sort of result with the payment of the, or prepayment of the debt for the Regen project is exactly what he would suggest. So this compliance schedule here showing how the government's strategic policy statement numbers for the years, which includes, it starts off with 23, but the forecast is for the SPS is 24, 25, and 26. 2024, 2025, and 2026. There is no reason to suggest or cast doubt on this, suggest that it's inaccurate or cast doubt upon it, Madam Speaker. As I said, obviously, that has to be qualified by all the usual qualifications whenever you are dealing with these types of scenarios. Madam Speaker, the member from Red Bay also noted, and I think I may be right in thinking that the member from Boddentown West noted as well, the cash reserves number reflected in days based on the amount of days of reserves that would be available or projected to be available at that time. Yes, Madam Speaker, for 2026, the cash days are down to 90.1 days. Madam Speaker, clearly that is in compliance, but is it something to be concerned about? Is it something to watch? Is it something to dismiss this for? No. Is it something to keep an eye on? Absolutely. Absolutely, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, I want to give you an example. The 2021 SPS that we did, that was our first SPS, that projected the 2024 cash days as 94 days, just a little bit over 94 days. Madam Speaker, the forecast, as you can see, for 2024 in this SPS is 117.6 days. So, Madam Speaker, I make that point to say that because 26 is now reflecting 90.1, it doesn't mean that it is going to get worse. It very likely will get better, particularly based on the level of revenue that the government has received so far this year, which is ahead, which is reflecting a positive variance to last year's revenue numbers. Of course, we know there is no guarantee, Madam Speaker, but by the time we get to dealing with the actual budget for 2024 and 2025, we will have a much better idea of how the revenue numbers are trending. And we can factor that in, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, I say that just to outline that this doom and gloom, as my colleague, member from Georgetown Central, referred to in his contribution, that was emanating from certain quarters on the opposition bench, is not reflected in this document. This document fully complies, and it is reasonable for us as a country, as a government, to rely on this SPS, these numbers, in order to plan the implementation of our budget for 24 and 25. Madam Speaker, I did find it interesting, though, that immediately after trying to cast doubt on the revenue numbers, trying to cast doubt on the expenditure numbers, trying to cast doubt on the ratios, trying to cast doubt on the anticipated required surpluses for the forecast period of 24, 25, and 26, the member turned right around and started talking about all the things that we should be spending money on, all the additional things that we should be spending on to help people. Madam Speaker, you can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't say that this shouldn't be relied on and then turn around and say, never mind what I just said, you should be spending all this other money on the basis that it takes cash to care. Yes, we all know that, Madam Speaker. We all understand that. Every government has this struggle, trying to work out how to best employ the resources, the limited resources that it has at the time, and it's reasonably anticipated to be able to spend over the forecast period coming, to best impact the lives of our people, to help them, to make their quality of life better, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you can't be talking out of both sides of your mouth at the same time. That is not a credible approach to governance. It's not a credible approach to constructively reviewing and lending your voice to discussions on what you see in front of you in this SPS document. Madam Speaker, I just want to make one additional point at this stage, which is that the surpluses which are indicated, they do appear to be significant amounts of money. Significant amounts of money, Madam Speaker. For the 23 year, the 24 year, and 25 and 26. 61.7 million for 23, 77.4 for 24, 98.2 for 25, and 103.2 for 26. That sounds like a lot of money, Madam Speaker. Last year, we also had $47 million in surplus against a projected amount of 19 million. Madam Speaker, the point I want to make, both for the benefit of everyone, is that even with those levels of surplus, on the basis of these revenue numbers, which we say are a reasonable projection, on the basis of the expenditure that we say is reasonable for us, we are still just at 26, just making compliance with the required 90-day reserves of revenue at that time, of the equivalent of 90 days operating expenditure, executive expenditure at that time. So I say that to say, Madam Speaker, that firstly, the Public Management and Finance Act requires us, in terms of the FFR principles that are built in there, it requires us to have a surplus. But secondly, to say, when you see government reporting surpluses like this, and you see that we are controlling our expenditure and controlling and limiting the amount of capital that we're employing over that same period, and yet we're still just barely complying, people need to understand that that means a $98 million surplus or a $103 million surplus is not a guarantee that the government can just give money away. I've heard that, even coming from the opposition, who would never have said it when they were in government. You have to be careful. You have to manage your resources appropriately, Madam Speaker. And what I want to do is I want to send a very clear message, because I think certain members of the opposition tried to do the opposite. They tried to send a message to the people of this country and to the business community in this country that they should not have any confidence in this government and in this SPS. And Madam Speaker, that is an injustice to all the hard-working civil servants, to the people who work in the Economics and Statistics Office who have helped to put this together, to the Ministry of Finance and Economic Development who have helped to put this together, to everybody else in government, including in my office, who have been through this, who have looked at this in detail, and who understand what the implications are for all of the various required principles and ratios that have to be met. So, Madam Speaker, I do not accept for 1 second that comments made from the other side should be viewed by anybody else in the country as being fair or accurate at all. Not at all, Madam Speaker. Yeah. Madam Speaker, I think I made that point very clearly. Maybe I should say it again, Madam Speaker. This country and the people, our people, and the business community have every reason to have the usual confidence in this SPS, Madam Speaker, this strategic policy statement, which has been specifically prepared in a different way and actually more closely reflects what is contemplated under the Public Management and Finance Act as a part of the initial policy strategy stage of the budget development. This they can read. This they can follow far better than many others that have been done in the past, Madam Speaker. It has graphics. It is quite clear in pointing out in detail compliance, the compliance ratios, how it meets the ratios, how it is in compliance, and then all of the other typical details that help them to understand what the broad outcomes are, what the specific outcomes are, and which ministries, Madam Speaker, have input into each of these broad outcomes and the specific outcomes. Under each of them, Madam Speaker, it says responsible entities, and that lists the different ministries that have input, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member from Red Bay, what was the word, the phrase he used? Pact United? Was that it? United. Pact United? Madam Speaker, I think I like that. I think I like that. Madam Speaker, I like Pact United a lot more than... No. Madam Speaker, I like that more than what I would regard as progressive hypocrisy. Because, Madam Speaker, the approach of getting up, claiming you haven't had a chance to read this, claiming it's so small that you couldn't find it, and then basically saying it's rubbish, you shouldn't pay attention to it, and this is a dangerous approach, and this is a dangerous government. That's what has been said from day one. We're 2 years in. We have performed, Madam Speaker. We seem to have forgotten, perhaps they seem to have forgotten where we came from, what we had to do in terms of reopening the economy, reopening the country, reestablishing business activities, getting the tourism industry going again, Madam Speaker, ending up with nearly $100 million swing in both 21 and 22 on financial results, Madam Speaker. Having the lowest recorded Caymanian unemployment numbers, so far as I can tell, Madam Speaker, having a surplus, complying with the law. I've just explained, Madam Speaker, that while the surplus is good, it gives us additional cash because we have used reserves in the past during the COVID environment where revenue was down significantly. What we need to do is now continue to build reserves going forward. But as can be seen, even in this document, that's going to be a challenge. And hopefully, when we get to 25 and we look at 26, we will see that the cash reserve position at that point is much better. Otherwise, we may have to be taking some action, Madam Speaker. But, as I said, there is every reason to believe that the expenditure numbers can be maintained and the revenue numbers are accurate. Madam Speaker, on the revenue, I would just note that one of the criticisms of the Auditor General on government's financial projections has been that the revenue projections always end up being too conservative. That government typically collects a lot more revenue than it projects initially that it will. Now, Madam Speaker, we know past performance and all that stuff. None of that is any guarantee. We also know, Madam Speaker, that anything can happen, as I said. We don't have a crystal ball. So, Madam Speaker, great effort was put into this. Now, this is a high-level indication, a guiding set of principles and numbers which will help us develop the 24-25 budget. Madam Speaker, a whole lot of talking. People made laps around Georgetown and all over the country discussing this SPS, seemingly as if it was a budget. Madam Speaker, it's not a budget. We're very clear on what it is. We're very clear on that, Madam Speaker. There will be time to discuss the budget, to get into a lot of detail, and you know this is going to be this might be just the introduction on the budget. You know those documents are going to stack up to here. So, Madam Speaker, the country has every reason to be confident in what we're doing. Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for his demonstration of his endurance in being here. It is much appreciated, Madam Speaker. And I just want to, since he is here, talk a little bit about the issue of Plan Cayman and the development plan review that he was quite exercised about. Madam Speaker, firstly, there were statements made by the Leader of the Opposition, and I think, I'm not going to say it came from the Deputy Leader of the Opposition, but at least one other member suggested that I had indicated that this government would not get the development plan review done in this term. Madam Speaker, that is categorically inaccurate. I said, Madam Speaker, that the team had indicated to me that we would probably get half of it done, do it in stages, probably get half of it done, but it would not be complete for all of the country, Madam Speaker. That is what was said, not that it would not get done at all. Madam Speaker, I agree with the Deputy Leader of Opposition. It is important. It is important. But I will say this, Madam Speaker, that the advice that I have seen in relation to Plan Cayman, as was left by the former minister, the Leader of Opposition, Deputy Leader of Opposition, who was a former minister, that in itself, Madam Speaker, if that was adopted by Cabinet tomorrow, that would not do anything in terms of the development plan review. At most, it could be regarded as sort of baseline guiding policy for a development plan review in stages. Madam Speaker, we have had this issue, member noted it, Deputy Leader of Opposition rightly noted it. We've had this issue going on for 25 years now in terms of the development plan review that's required by law to be done every 5 years, not being carried out. Madam Speaker, I know I have it here somewhere, but there was an article back in 2015, I think it was in the, not 2015, I'll have to get the date of it. But there was an article in the Compass, I think it was, which was criticizing the then administration led by the leader, the member from Redby now, Sir Alden, that what was being contemplated, I think it was probably 2017 or thereabouts, was not a development plan review, but was a plan for a plan. And it still hasn't been done, Madam Speaker. Hadn't been done when they demitted office, and we have been working to try to move this forward. But we all understand, the member understands, the Deputy Leader of Opposition understands the challenges with it. But we will be moving that forward, Madam Speaker. There's no question in my mind that we will be moving that forward. Madam Speaker, the discussion around the Regen project by the member, Leader of the Opposition, was also one, as well as by the member from Red Bay, was also an issue that I was quite concerned with the manner in which it was being addressed. Madam Speaker, so I just want to get this straight. The comments were that I wasn't paying attention to this, that I wasn't focused on this, that it's an example of slowness of the government and lack of correct priorities. Madam Speaker, this project was bid in 2016. 2016, Madam Speaker. And all this time, it wasn't until we got to March. And I know it's complex and it's difficult. I'm just talking about the comments that emanated. To suggest that somehow we were supposed to be able to take a project which required another 30 documents to be negotiated, finalized, ready for signature between March and October, when it took 1.5 previous PPM administrations to get it to that point, is not logical, it's not reasonable, it's bordering on hypocrisy to suggest that somehow that reflects some kind of failure. Madam Speaker, one of the favorite expressions, and there was some finger wagging going on about it as well, is that as Premier I was dithering. Madam Speaker, the dithering I heard has come from that side. It's this constant same rhetoric that somehow this government isn't getting anything done, when we are. Madam Speaker, I and the members on the other side know it, but for the benefit of the public, I need to explain that even though I am the minister with responsibility for it, I can't get involved and go and sit around a table and negotiate these projects and these terms, Madam Speaker. I cannot do that. The team from government is the team that has the civil service. They have the responsibility to conduct those negotiations on behalf of the government. And, Madam Speaker, I also want to point out that the same private sector team, both in the UK and locally in Cayman, that was advising the previous government on this project, is the same one that this government is taking advice from in order to get this done. So I don't really believe that they're going to suggest that the good civil servants that are working hard on trying to get this done are the ones that are dithering, the ones that can't make a decision, the ones that can't pay attention or be focused on it, and the private sector members in advisors in the UK and Cayman, equally, they're suggesting that they're not doing their job, they're not earning the fees they're being paid. Madam Speaker, that is for somebody else. That does not reflect reality. So, Madam Speaker, I know that the hour is late. It's now 1 a.m. Madam Speaker, I think I have made the points that have been necessary in relation to this SBS. Madam Speaker, this reflects good things for this government to be delivering for the people of this country. This view that we haven't been performing and therefore they can't expect that the people of this country can't expect that we should be performing in relation to this? Nonsense, Madam Speaker. I have referred to the fact that we have had these significant improvements in our financial position. I have referred to the fact that 14,500 new jobs were created, Madam Speaker, which no doubt has also led to this significant reduction in Caymanian unemployment, Madam Speaker. This country, our people, and the business community out there have every reason to have confidence in this government, Madam Speaker. They have been allowed, and we have facilitated their ability to operate within the private sector economy, which drives so much here, which we have acknowledged, and that has resulted in good financial performance by the government, by the country and good unemployment numbers, good economic growth numbers. I believe the economic growth was 4% in 2021 and 3.7% in 2022. Madam Speaker, as I said, anything can happen. Hurricane, some sort of similar global financial crisis as happened in 2008, 2009, we just don't know. But outside of those things, Madam Speaker, the country has every reason to have confidence in this government. Whether you want to call it the Pact Unity, or whether you want to call it Action Pact, we're going to deliver, Madam Speaker. We are going to make sure that we continue to take a conservative approach, make sure we guard the financial position of this country, and ensure that we deliver for the people of this country on our promises that are reflected in this, Madam Speaker, plus a whole lot of other things. Madam Speaker, there were comments around education. Madam Speaker, we are putting 14 math specialists across the spectrum in our primary schools. That will help, Madam Speaker, that will help develop and improve math in those schools. Once, Madam Speaker, the math levels are improved at the primary level, that will translate into better performance at the high school levels. And thereafter, Madam Speaker, we're also going to have 80 assistant teachers, 40, I think, in January and 40 in the following August, Madam Speaker. So education is getting a lot of attention to make sure that we address the issues in the right way based on the analysis that has been done as to what is needed to end up with our children being better prepared, better educated, better prepared to take, either do further academic training or better qualified to go into the job market or better qualified to undertake things like TVET training, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know, there's always this focus on myself and this suggestion that the government is coming apart every minute. It's been 2 years now, Madam Speaker. It hasn't happened. Madam Speaker, is it easy? No. It's never easy, Madam Speaker. I was a part of the Progressives. Were there arguments in the Progressives? Yes, there were. Were there disagreements? Yes, there were. Were there threats at different points about people walking away? Yes. These types of things happen, Madam Speaker. It's par for the course. Madam Speaker, I'll tell you one thing. I know one thing. I like the leader of the opposition. But I don't like his odds if he were sitting in the chair, Madam Speaker, because I don't think that he has the kind of personality that would be able to handle this job. I'm not trying to offend him, but he spends all day long saying that, well, dishing out insults to me. So I think that's a fair comment for him. Madam Speaker, the BRAC, the sister islands, are getting attention as well. There was a discussion with the former Minister for Tourism. There is clarity around that. Madam Speaker, there's also no. But the work is being done. In the Faith Hospital in Cayman Brac, Madam Speaker, I visited there fairly recently. A lot of work is going on there, and there is more work planned to put in a new emergency room service there, Madam Speaker, so that the people of Cayman Brac and of Little Cayman have access to better services there, which will hopefully lead to saving lives, or certainly making people a lot healthier, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am going to, it's late, and I'm going to close on just one thing. I like the way, Madam Speaker, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition is trying to claim sustainability or climate change credentials now, when, Madam Speaker, I'm not going to say him, but the former Premier at that time led an effort to completely undermine the National Conservation Act. Led an effort, Madam Speaker, to completely undermine the National Conservation Act on the basis, Madam Speaker, of advice from one of the biggest developers in this country. Madam Speaker, this was being done at the time when the good gentleman member from Georgetown North, who is still here with us, which we appreciate very much, was standing over here on the front bench, holding up the number of planning applications that have been approved and saying how much development was going on in the country and how many new planning applications were had been approved. Madam Speaker, you can't say that the National Conservation Act was holding up development if you're, on the other arm, you're standing over here saying, look at all the development going on. Madam Speaker, that's one of the issues that people in this country express today. But we need sustainable development. We need responsible development. The claim, Madam Speaker, that was made by the Leader of the Opposition was specifically in relation to the suggestion that the previous administration had organized the funding of the climate change, the climate change risk assessment that was carried out by this administration. Madam Speaker, we signed the agreement in 2021 dealing with the climate change risk assessment. It was funded through the Governor's office, Madam Speaker. And we ended up with a climate change risk assessment which listed 50 risks that this country was going to be or is being confronted by. Half of those, or 18 of those risks, Madam Speaker, are rated as severe risks. Half of the 18 relate to the economy, relate to society, so direct quality of life impacts. The other half, Madam Speaker, relate to things like impacts on the natural environment, degradation of habitat, etc. So, Madam Speaker, that, that suggestion that somehow this was all arranged by them is inaccurate. And where we're at now, Madam Speaker, is that we're about to issue the draft climate change policy for the country, national climate change policy for the country, for public consultation. Madam Speaker, we are taking a lot of steps to do things properly in this country which benefit our people. Madam Speaker, that includes doing the EIA for the East-West Arterial to make sure that when we build it, it's built properly without having any problems that we're going to have to come back and fix later on at a much higher cost, Madam Speaker. And what you don't also want to find out, Madam Speaker, is that once it's built, it starts causing flooding in many other areas that didn't flood before. So these types of things, Madam Speaker, it's about planning, it's about making sure that we do what is right, what is required in order to get the right result for our people so that we can contribute to the road network to help manage some of the traffic problems that we have. It's not going to fix the traffic problems, though, Madam Speaker. It's not going to fix it. But it will contribute as a part of the solution, Madam Speaker. Part of the solution is also going to be making sure that we implement proper public transport in this country. Madam Speaker, this government acts with a social conscience. We tackle tough issues, we make tough decisions, even if they're personally difficult. We cannot fix, Madam Speaker, in 2 years what is reflected by kicking the can down the road in the last several administrations and not dealing with those problems. We cannot fix that in 2 years, Madam Speaker. At the end of it, come and complain and tell me that we haven't done it. You won't, I don't think you're going to have much to say then, but that's when you come and complain. Not when you have spent 12 out of the last 18 years in office as the governing administration, and you still haven't fixed a majority of the problems that you expect us to fix in the first 2 years that we're in office. Yes, we're working on them. Yes, we will get them done. Yes, we had many challenges. But this government has performed, Madam Speaker. The first SPS was done, accepted. I indicated what some of the numbers were in relation to that compared to this one. This one, Madam Speaker, I probably have even more confidence in. Perhaps it's because I was more specifically involved in it, but the people of this country, Madam Speaker, can have confidence in this as well. Madam Speaker, we're going to get this done. We're going to get a new budget in place by the end of this year. We're going to be delivering today, tomorrow, and for the next 2 years for the people of this country. Madam Speaker, that's going to be done through the policies that we've set out here and the guiding numbers that we've set out here in order. I'm not saying the budget's going to reflect exactly what this has, but the point of this is to act as a guiding policy document so that when we get the budget done, it has a degree of fiscal integrity around it and will keep the country and maintain the country in compliance with the FFR provisions to be able to deliver for our people, Madam Speaker. It will be a people-centered budget, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the hour is late. I thank you very much. I thank all members of this Honourable House. Madam Speaker, again, I thank the Deputy Leader of the Opposition for being here at this hour. And Madam Speaker, I commend the motion and this 2024 to 2026 strategic policy statement to this Honourable House and to this country, Madam Speaker, for our people.
I mean, if you want one.
No, it's just if it should here when it comes to budget, it shouldn't go down to nothing. But
Okay.
if you take it
The question is, be it now therefore resolved that the Parliament approves the policy priorities, aggregate financial targets, and financial allocations set out in the 2024 to 2026 Strategic Policy Statement as the indicative perimeters on which the 2024 and 2025 budgets will be formulated. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, can we have a division?
Honourable Wayne Panton.
Aye.
Honourable Juliana O'Connor Connolly. Aye. Honourable Kenneth Bryan.
Aye.
Honourable Sabrina Turner.
Aye.
Honourable Johanny Ebanks.
Aye.
Honourable Andre Ebanks.
Aye.
Honourable Bernie Bush.
Aye.
Honourable Dwayne Seymour.
130, aye.
Sorry. Ms. Heather Bodden.
Aye.
Honourable Isaac Rankin.
Aye.
Honourable Makiva Bush.
Aye.
Honourable Roy McTaggart, absent. Mr. Joseph Hugh.
Abstain.
Mr. Moses Kirkconnell, absent. Ms. Barbara Connolly, absent. Honourable Sir Alden McLaughlin, absent. Mr. David White, absent. And Mr. Christopher Saunders, absent.
The results is 11 ayes and 1 abstention. The ayes have it. Government motion number 4 of 2022-2023 is duly passed. I will now call on the Honourable Premier to move the adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I thank all members present for their work today and for being here at this late hour, early in the morning. It is much appreciated, Madam Speaker, and I think all members' contributions have been appreciated and valued. Madam Speaker, I move, therefore, for the adjournment of this Honourable House until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Sorry, 10 a.m. later today. To be specific.
The question is that this House do now adjourn until 10 a.m. later today. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Catch you on the rebound.